All right. Thanks for being here again. This is part two of a basically marathon where I'm calling every single U.S. senator in the country. And I've been going alphabetically. I started doing this on Thursday, and I guess I wasn't sure what I was getting myself into because it ended up taking a lot longer than I thought it would. I think part of the problem was I gave you a lot of background information about each senator, so I'm gonna tighten that up a little bit this time. I do have to pick up my daughters from school at some point, so the goal today is to get this done by no longer than 4 more hours. Okay, and I've already made my way through half of the senators. I thought it was more than that, but apparently only half of them. So, but this is continuing. Here's all the senators' phone numbers. If you want to contact your senator, if you're an American, it's really easy. The whole point of doing this mostly is to show you that uh, if you want to get in touch with your senator to let them know how you feel, just pick up the phone and call them. It's more impactful, in my opinion, than just emailing, which is what I did before. I said last Thursday that prior to last Thursday, I had never called my local senators. So this is something that's also kind of something to help. Hopefully, this is going to be something I do more regularly in the future. Is call my senators instead of just you know at them on social media or email them. So thanks for being here. And like last time, another reason why it lasted so long, we went over 6 hours last Thursday, was the super chats, and I was trying to catch them all. And the bottom line is, I think I'm going to probably place a little bit less priority on that. It is nice that you all are willing to donate money to me, and I try to prioritize. If you're from a state and you have a specific question for your senator, but I just don't think that. I think it's making this a little bit harder to watch for folks, and so I think there we go, making sure the volume was good. So I got my phone here. I'm going to be calling senators. We left off with Missouri, so I'm going to show you in the description of this video. There is this. This is a spreadsheet I put together with the results from calling every single senator. I left a lot of voicemails. If it's yellow and yellow, that means it was a voicemail that I left. If it's in blue or turquoise, I guess, that means I actually spoke with a staffer. And then I wrote some notes there to explain how that went. Ooh, yeah, there's a lot of typos on this. And I'm going to add another column for follow-ups after this. And eventually I will turn this into another video that's more polished to describe this whole process. But so far, I haven't heard back from any of these senators. Like since last Thursday, I haven't heard back from any of them. That said, I got an email this morning from Rand Paul. So Senator Paul, apparently the staffer for Senator Paul added me to the email list. So I get updates now for what he's doing. Also, I had multiple people email me that were staffers that actually worked at different senators' offices, and that was eye-opening to say the least. I don't want to share too much because they wanted the emails to remain private. But to be honest, it was a little disheartening. It was like I thought that our senators would care a little bit more about what their constituents had to say. So I'm just going to leave it at that. I mean, we do this to hold our senators accountable. Again, they are our freaking public servants. They need to listen to us. And I feel like in the last 20 to 30 years in particular, they have not done a very good job representing all of us. They're supposed to represent their states, but all the people in their states. And I think I live in Kansas. I think a lot of people here in Kansas are frustrated with our senators.
And so I see it across the country. I do want you to do that. Remember the main issue that I was bringing up to their attention was the Freedom to Vote Act, which you see here. I went over the key provisions in the first stream, part 1. I encourage you to watch that, but I'm a big fan of this bill. I think there's something for everyone in it. That's why I keep bringing it up to both Democrats and Republicans, saying, hey, there's a lot of good here. This is a compromise, actually. It's not a radical thing. Hey, Justin, thank you. I haven't made it to Texas yet. I was actually going to bring up the grid. I know, well, not related to that because it is a state issue, but I was going to bring up climate change because I don't hear anything from those senators from Texas about climate change, and I wanted to see what their thoughts were. Anyway, so we're going to go into it pretty quickly here because I want to make sure this doesn't go on for 6 hours like it did last time. Where we left off was Montana. So remember, the other issue on Thursday was I realized that a lot of the staffers had gone home. And then I found out that apparently a lot of them are still working remotely because of the pandemic. And then, of course, we had snowstorms coming and all that on the East Coast last week. Speaking of which, I'm getting a snowstorm here in Kansas here tonight. And so I was like, okay, let's just try to catch them in person. So we'll try again on Tuesday. The Senate is in session this week. Many of them are in Washington, D.C. Many of the staffers are. Just to be safe, I've Googled once again the 2-party consent states because I don't want to, if it was just me calling D.C., Kansas and Washington, D.C. are both 1-party consent, I was going to let everybody know, but then I was like, nobody wants to talk. Everybody was freaking out when they realized I was recording or streaming. So anyway, we're just going to bring it up for these states. So Montana coming up, we do have to bring it up to them, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Washington, just so I don't get in trouble. I'm probably already in trouble. Whatever. Libertarian Charlottesvillian here. Thank you so much for all you. Thank you, Jackson. Asked Senator Warner to focus on getting GOPs behind the Detour Act. Okay, I don't know anything about the Detour Act, so let's Google that really quickly. And try to wait until I get to your state because I will forget some of this stuff. Oh yeah, it looks like this is Senator Warner. He to ban manipulative dark patterns. Okay. This is looks like it is bipartisan. That's good. Interesting. Okay, sure. I'll take note of that. Okay. All right. So let's go with we left off with Montana. Our first senator that we're going to call is Jon Tester, and he is a Democrat in Montana, so a very Republican state. So I'm very familiar with him. He is one of my favorite senators, actually. A pretty pragmatic guy who kind of has an interesting background. I think he used to be a teacher. He was also a farmer. Thank you. He stays popular in Montana because he does what's best for the state generally. So I think he's an interesting case. I think we can learn a lot about him. It says right here, since January 4th, he has been the only member of the Democratic Party to hold statewide office in Montana. So, and it looks like he has been there since 2007. So he's been chair of multiple committees over the years. All right. Let's go ahead and I'm going to bring up the voting rights bill. So again, the bill that I'm talking about is the Freedom to Vote Act. That's the one. We'll let your new. That's awesome. First on the dance floor, that's a reference to one of my songs. That would be great. I would love to tour Europe someday. All right, got to get the area code right here. I'm really hoping to talk to a senator, but I doubt that's going to happen. I'm hoping at least to have productive conversations with staffers. Hopefully, word got out. You know what I mean? So we're going to call Jon Tester.
Senator Tester's office.
Yeah, hi. First of all, is it okay if I record this call?
Our office does not permit our calls to be recorded, but I'm happy to direct you to our communications team.
Okay. Do you know why that they don't let people record?
Well, anything that has to do with press will have to be directed to our communications team.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird because I don't really think of myself as the press, but okay. Well, thank you. And I know that are you currently in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, thank you. I just was calling. I am recording, so I don't want to like put you in a weird spot. But I will. Can I please hear back from the senator about the Freedom to Vote Act? I want to see exactly what he's doing to try to get that bill passed.
He is a co-sponsor on that bill.
Okay.
But like I said, I'm happy to give you our press team's email.
Okay.
And they can reach out to you.
Sure. You know what? I can Google it. It's fine. Thank you for your time.
Yep. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. See, once you tell them right off the bat that you're recording, they just freak out. And I don't think that's something that they should just be expected to be. I don't know. I'm very against that. I think that they should. Anyway, so that was a staffer for Senator Jon Tester of Montana. I told them they were being recorded and they didn't want to comment about anything. I have to ask it because change the word. Maybe if I say streaming. So anyway, well, let's try Steve Daines. He's the Republican from the state. Steve Daines is more, I would say, pretty in line with the Republican Party from what I know about him. Oh yeah, that's right. He ran against Steve Bullock, another Democratic popular guy in Montana. Looks like he worked for Procter and Gamble and Right Now Technologies before he was in politics. He's been in the Senate since 2015. And so that was a re-election there that he won back in 2020. So won't be up for re-election until 2026. So, you know, he's there for a while. I don't know. I'm curious as far as what his ranking is. It says the American Conservative Union gives him a lifetime rating of 84.79. So yeah, he's reliably conservative. Interesting that DC statehood is on here. He argued against statehood for District of Columbia, saying that most Americans oppose statehood for the U.S. Capitol. Is that true? I wonder if that's even true. It's pretty popular. Anyway, yeah, so we'll bring up the Freedom to Vote Act unless there's somebody in the comments from Montana that really wants me to bring something up to Senator Daines. Okay, Sydney, thank you for that suggestion. Yeah. Recording is a scary word, definitely. Okay. I'll say I'm live streaming this as an educational experience. Is that okay? All right, let's do it. Sorry if that clap was really loud. I like it. Okay, so we're going to call Senator Daines from Montana.
Steve Daines, and thank you for calling my Washington, D.C. office. It's my privilege to serve Montana in the U.S. Senate, and I look forward to hearing from you. If you'd like to leave a message about current legislation or policies, please press 1. For information about my office locations and hours, press 2. If you'd like to speak to a member of my staff, press 3. To hear these options again, Senator Daines' office, this is Micah speaking. How can I help you today?
Hi, Micah. My name is Matt. I'm actually live streaming this as an educational experience. Is that okay that I'm doing that, like calling every senator?
Yes, sir, of course.
Oh, awesome. And I'm a social studies teacher, so it's kind of, I just chose like a sample bill to bring up to every single senator. And the bill that I'm bringing up is the Freedom to Vote Act. And I was wondering if Senator Daines has actually spoken publicly about the Freedom to Vote Act.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to get you in touch with a staffer? They can provide you with further information and answer any questions that you might have.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah.
Great. One moment, please.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, extension number 81192 didn't answer. You've reached the voicemail of extension number 81192 didn't answer. You've reached the voicemail of extension number 81192.
Leave a message in.
Please leave a message.
Hello, this message is for Senator Daines and his staff, and I just want to bring to his attention the Freedom to Vote Act, and I think it's something that's a good bipartisan bill that has a lot of good for both Republicans and Democrats, and I think you can come together to make voting easier in this country, which I think is a good thing. If you could please let me know where you stand on this bill and why. Somebody from your staff or Senator Daines yourself, I would love to hear back from you. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's iamMrBeat@gmail.com. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Okay, so we had somebody from Senator Daines' office answered. Someone answered, but answered and was okay. Being recorded in a live stream, but when I asked about the Freedom to Vote Act, wanted me to be or offered to transfer me to a staffer, which I thought that person who answered the phone was. So that was interesting. But yeah, at least we're getting people here. We're actually talking to human beings. That's good. I appreciate the suggestions because I think that really helped. Now we don't have to worry about it because our next two-party consent state isn't until New Hampshire. But I'll bring it up again for New Hampshire. Thank you, Think About. I appreciate that. And we are now up to the state I used to live in. That'd be Nebraska. So for those who don't know, most of my life I've lived in Kansas, but for about 4 years, I lived in Nebraska. I was transferred up there for a job. I used to be a valet manager for a company that, it used to be called AVP, but they changed their names many times. But then I went back to school when I was up there at Nebraska, Omaha, and became a teacher. That's when I first started teaching. We moved back down to Kansas to be closer to family, but I loved it. I was in Omaha. What's interesting about Omaha is that it's conservative like Kansas, but I would say it's much less partisan up there. Like it's much more pragmatic overall. I would say one of my favorite senators is from Nebraska, who's Ben Sasse. I think he's pretty. He's one of those guys who is consistent.
who actually I think always comes in good faith. Interesting. Immigrants from Cuba and the Caribbean. Yeah, I had something down for Texas, but that's another good thing to bring up. Okay, so just to show you our senators from Nebraska. Before we get to Ben Sasse, we'll call Deb Fisher first. And I know less about her. I know she's been around for a few years. So she's been in the Senate since 2013. So 9 years, and definitely pretty straightforwardly conservative on most issues. She was in state politics before that, and the only unicameral state legislature in the country in Lincoln, Nebraska. Looks like she's been on several committees, has a score of 81.12% as far as by the American Conservative Union. She rejects conclusions by the international scientific community that human emissions of greenhouse gases are the primary cause of global warming. That's interesting. Wonder if she's changed her mind recently on that. But yeah, it looks like she's pretty popular. All right, we'll give her a call. I'm going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act, unless somebody from Nebraska really has a pressing thing you want me to bring up. But all right. Don't have to tell her that we're recording.
Senator Fisher's office.
I just wanted to bring up a bill to Senator Fisher's attention and see where she stands on it and why.
Sure.
The Freedom to Vote Act. Has she made any statements publicly about the Freedom to Vote Act?
Can you give me the HR number?
Let me, one moment. The first one, that's good that because it's getting confused with other bills. It's the one from Manchin. Looks like I got hung up on. S2747 is the name. Okay, I'll call him right back then. I don't know what happened there.
Senator Fisher's office.
Yeah, I just called. I think I accidentally got hung up on. I was calling about the Freedom to Vote Act and see where Senator Fisher stood on that.
Okay. Let me see. Do you have a? You said the John R. Lewis Freedom to Vote Act.
I don't think it's the same one. No, it's I believe it's S2747.
Oh, the Freedom to Vote Act? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. I just want to confirm all my information before I tell you. Let me see. I'm sorry for the hold up.
Oh, you're okay.
So, from what I'm seeing on Congress.gov, they did not get the vote on it because of the filibuster.
Yeah.
So, I believe the bill died, but yeah, I believe the bill died. But
if you have any comments you want to pass along to the senator, I
Yeah,
can certainly do that.
that'd be great.
Okay. What is a good first and last name for you?
My name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T.
Matt Beat. Okay. And let's see if you're in our system. And a good phone number for you, sir.
Yeah, I don't want to give that publicly, but can I give you email?
Sure.
Okay, it's IamMrBeat at Gmail. That's IAMMRBEAT at Gmail.
You said I am Mr. Beat. Is there anything else after that?
At gmail.com.
At gmail.com. Okay.
Yeah.
And I just need to confirm your mailing address.
Yeah, it's P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66049.
Could you repeat the zip code for me?
66049.
66049. Perfect. Well, I will certainly pass your message along.
Well,
She should.
the message is that
I'm sorry?
just to make sure that what the message is.
Okay.
The message is that I think it's a good bill that should be brought back, and I think there's a lot there for both Republicans and Democrats to like. So.
Okay. Awesome. Well, I will certainly pass along to Senator Fisher. Is there anything else you'd like to include in that, or is that it for today?
No, I just always love to hear back, though, so I appreciate you passing that along.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for your call, Mr. Beat.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Take care.
All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so I think that was a different person the second time, but they're like, "Oh, that bill died." Well, bills die all the time. Doesn't mean that they're dead forever. They can be revived, like Dr. Frankenstein can revive them at any time. Okay, so Senator Fisher spoke to two different staffers. First one accidentally hung up on me. I think it was accidental. Second one took down my support for Freedom to Vote Act and got my contact information. Okay, so they were very nice, that second one. I think the first person didn't seem quite as nice there. Now we're at Senator Sasse, who I said again, I'm a fan of. One of my favorite Republicans, at the very least. He's been in there for a few years, 2015. Yeah, so about as long as Senator Fisher. I think he's one of those guys who he does give a lot of speeches, and so he gets a little bit more attention. The only one that got back to me so far is Senator Paul, and they just added me to their mailing list, and they just started, but no, not a specific response yet. No, so that's pretty sad. Senator Sasse looks like he's got a 94 rating from the American Conservative Union, so he's one of the guys who was critical of President Trump, but then at the same time voted with President Trump on nearly everything. So. And the thing that I didn't like about him is he voted against the First Step Act, which I think was the best law that was passed during the Trump administration. Yeah, that was kind of messed up, actually. But I would say he's principled, he's pragmatic. I don't agree with him on everything, but I think he's pretty solid. Okay. So we're going to ask him also about the Freedom to Vote Act. I'm especially curious as to what he would say about it. I don't know why I'm not getting the HR number for the Freedom to Vote Act. Keeps getting mixed up with the John C. Lewis Freedom to Vote Act. That's confusing. I can see why people are. That's why the guy from Arkansas was really confused about it last week. He kept mixing it up with the John. Did I say John C. Lewis? John R. Lewis. Yeah, it's S2747. So I'll make sure I get that right if they bring it up again. All right. So calling Senator Sasse from Nebraska. Good to talk to people today. 4224. Oh, awesome.
Senator Sasse's office.
Hello, my name is Matt Beats, and I'm calling Senator Sasse to try to get him to once again look at the Freedom to Vote Act. And I was,
Yes, sir.
I'm pretty sure he's spoken publicly against it, but so I think I know where he stands on it. But is there any possibility that he would revisit it and at least consider, taking parts of it and reworking that bill? That's what I'm calling about, basically.
So the senator's position on this is he has great confidence in our electoral system, especially in Nebraska, but he doesn't believe in giving more power to the federal government over our individual state elections.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I hear that argument a lot, and I just wonder where he would have stood on the Civil Rights Act in 1964, because you could say the same arguments for that, like being against the Civil Rights Act, and I wonder if he would have said that. Do you think he would have been against the Civil Rights Act in 1964?
I can't generally comment on the senator's position.
Yeah.
But I would say yes, he would be for.
Okay. Well, I guess my call is just as mainly to say to revisit parts of it, the parts that he's cool with. Like, I think something that's more popular about it is the making Election Day a national holiday, a federal holiday. So maybe, I don't know if you know, but if you would consider like parts like that where it actually that's something that most Americans agree on.
I'm not currently aware of the senator's position on the federal election holiday, but I can add that to your comments to the senator.
Okay.
For sure.
I appreciate that. And if I could leave you my email and even address to see if I can hear back.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T, and my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. So that's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. And should I leave my address too, or is that enough, you think?
Oh, no, that's fine.
Okay.
This is a weird question. Are you associated with the YouTube channel, Mr. Beat?
Yes, I am actually. I'm actually doing this.
Oh, wow.
Just full disclosure. We're calling every single senator in the entire country about this bill as an educational, exercise, basically, to show you the process.
Yeah, I've watched your videos before.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for watching. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Well, thank you. All right. Well, thanks for getting my information down. And actually, there's a couple other staffers that had seen my stuff when I called, and it's funny too, because it makes sense because you guys are all into politics and American political history. So you probably came across my stuff,
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much for calling.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye. Yeah, plus being from Nebraska, probably. Yeah, so there's another staffer that recognized me. I was wondering if that would happen again today. Yeah, that just makes me respect Senator Sasse even more. Oh, no. So I think the other ones were Senator Sinema and then Senator Moran from my home state. So, yeah, no, let me write notes here. So staffer answered, and again, took down my support for Freedom to Vote Act, got my contact information. Also, recognized me, so that was cool. All right, still though, I'm waiting. Like maybe if you're from Vermont, you can get your senators Leahy and Sanders to answer the phone because they're old guys. What do they care? They want to talk directly to the American people. I got 668 people watching on YouTube right now, and a few others on Facebook and Twitch. Speaking of which, check out my Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. It would be good by the end of this stream to actually talk to a senator. You would think it would be a good publicity stunt on their on their end. Okay, somebody said I need to wipe my nose. I think I'm good now. Sorry if I'm snotting in the. Speaking of which, there's somebody on Twitch. Yeah. All right. I've been drinking caffeine here. Got the cold brew today versus the standard coffee. So we're at number. We are up to Nevada. Always a fascinating state. So many unique things about the way they run the state. The two senators, though, I don't know a whole lot about. So let's take a little look at them here. So first up, we got Catherine Cortez Masto. Actually, let me see how you pronounce that. Pronounce Catherine Masto. No email responses that are personal. Just like I said, I was on Rand Paul's mailing list is the only thing that popped up, which is kind of
Catherine.
Oh.
Masto.
Okay, let's go with that. So Senator Catherine Cortez Masto looks like, Nevada's oftentimes it's a swing state. And in more recent years with the presidential elections, it's been more reliably blue. But in terms of Senator Masto is a Democrat, and she replaced the recently passed Harry Reid. He died a couple months ago, actually. Very influential senator. There's a couple. If the states have rights to indirectly discriminate against minorities and the right to vote, and the federal government refuses to take action for everyone to vote, who will? Ooh, I like that. All right, that's good. Well put. For Richard Burr of North Carolina, how he feels about preventing congressional members for owning stocks. Okay, I like that one. I'm gonna write that down actually. Okay, because I'm strongly against that actually, which I think that's pretty. I know there's been Republicans and Democrats that have fought against that recently. But yeah, as far as positions of Masto, looks like she's got a 97.1% of the time, or 97.1% of the time she votes with President Biden. So she's pretty reliably left-leaning, votes with most of the Democrats on most things. All right. I'm assuming she's for the Freedom to Vote Act. Is there anyone from Nevada that wants me to ask something specific to her? Oh, you're from Oregon. Okay. I was actually already going to bring up climate change to the Oregon. I'll make sure I know that both of those senators, they've got it means a lot to them. But I want to see specifically what they're doing, so that's a good thing to always bring up, because you want to see exactly what they've got in store, what bills they're working on. Because it's not always clear. It's not always easy to find that information, to be honest. And a lot of times you really have to look for it. Okay, I'm just going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act again. Just bring it to our attention. So let's go ahead and call Senator Masto.
Senator Cortez, Master's office. How can I help you?
Yeah, my name is Matt, and I was just wanting to see if Senator Masto was interested in trying to breathe new life into the Freedom to Vote Act. I know it died, but I think it's a really good bill that the senators should all reconsider.
Yeah, absolutely. So Senator Cortez Masto is actually a co-sponsor of the Freedom to Vote Act.
Yes.
And is in support of common sense reform.
Oh yeah,
address the filibuster to pass the Freedom to Vote Act.
Yeah. Oh well, maybe I could bring that up and said like I haven't heard much from her on the filibuster. Would she be interested in keeping the talking filibuster but getting rid of the silent filibuster?
I haven't spoken to her specifically on her position of reforming the filibuster in that regard, but I can definitely forward your concern along to her.
Yeah, that would actually. I think that's more important at this point, considering how we know the Senate doesn't get much done these days. So yeah, if you could please bring that attention, like specifically getting rid of the silent filibuster, so that they're actually forced to show up and defend themselves. I appreciate that.
Okay, and do you mind if I get your first and last name again?
Yeah, my name is Matt Beat.
Okay, and home address?
P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66044.
Okay, and an email address?
It's iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
And a phone number?
I don't want to share that publicly.
Okay, no worries. Well, I have that listed, and I can definitely pass that concern along to the senator.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. You too. Bye. Okay. So that was Senator, a staffer for Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. It's been a pretty similar pattern today. So I'm just going to copy and paste that. They were nice. Also told staffer to tell Senator Masto that I think they should get rid of silent filibuster. Now, if you don't know about that, I do have a video about the filibuster, and it's just a random rule that they made in the Senate. They don't have to have it. There's nothing in the Constitution about filibusters. Okay. It was one of those post hoc things where they went later on, they defended it saying, oh yeah, we need it to protect the minority voice and all this. And, but really it was never, the founders didn't intend for it to be a thing. So if you're always hearing from people like, well, this is not what the founding fathers wanted. Well, okay, then that's an appeal to authority and appeal to tradition. But regardless, I think I'm of the opinion that the talking filibuster is productive, but the silent filibuster is counterproductive. I think Alexander Hamilton would have agreed with me on that. Okay, so maybe I'll bring that up more because that's something that's, I think, at the root of a lot of these problems why these bills are not getting passed. Next up, we got Jacky Rosen. Jacky Rosen's also a Democrat. I know not much about her either. Looks like she was a representative in the House of Representatives before she became a senator. She's only been in the Senate since 2019, so 3 years. And yeah, I think Nevada is much more blue than it used to be, even just a few years ago. So she's considered a, quote, liberal Democrat at times, but also a, quote, moderate at other times. Looks like she is a really low ranking with the American Conservative Union. But she voted with Trump 36% of the time. Oh, that's interesting. All right. So I think because I brought up the filibuster with her colleague in Nevada, first of all, anyone from Nevada that wants to bring up something, last chance. Otherwise, let's go ahead and just bring up the Freedom to Vote Act again. I'm not sure if she was a co-sponsor, but I know she supported it. So let's call her up. It's kind of cool that I'm exposed to these new senators that I wouldn't be otherwise. Mixed member proportional representation. Yeah, I'm a fan of that. Similar to New Zealand and a few other countries. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Plurality voting is the bottom line is that plurality voting is horrible. It makes it's much more divided in this country. It does more to divide us and be more partisan. All right. So 6244.
Hi, this is Senator Jacky Rosen. Thank you for calling my office. Please hold until you're connected with a member of my team. Thank you.
She's a computer programmer before she became a senator.
Good morning, Senator Rosen's office.
Hi. I'm just calling about the Freedom to Vote Act, which I believe Senator Rosen supported, but I just wanted to bring it up again because I think it's a good bill that should be revisited and revived.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely pass that along to the senator. May I ask for your first and last name?
Yeah, my name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T.
Okay, and an email or mailing address, please.
Yeah, my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT @gmail.
I'll make sure to pass along your message, and thank you very much for calling.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Short and sweet there. Yeah, Senator Rosen was a computer programmer and software developer before she got into politics. That's interesting. Okay, so usually they're lawyers, right? They're all lawyers. So short and sweet conversation. I'm talking to people, though. I haven't been leaving voicemails. That's a big difference. Maybe words got around that you need to answer the phone. So put down my information. I'm definitely going to have to do a follow-up video here to let folks know whether or not they actually did get back to me. And, the main thing, though, I'm hoping you realize is that you gotta be like poking them with a stick, don't forget about this. You gotta nag them and annoy the heck out of them. They need to hear from us about these things that we like and the things that we don't like. So now we're at New Hampshire. This is also a two-party consent state, so I'm going to let them know. I'm going to again use the lines of I'm a teacher and I'm live streaming this as an educational experience. So we got New York. Thank you, Alex. Schumer, if he plans on addressing immigration reform this year, it's something we really need to fix, yet no one actually tries to fix it. Okay, you're not the first person to bring that up, so I'm gonna add that here. Anyone from New Hampshire? Asked Schumer why he was the only Democrat to vote no on the roll call vote on the Freedom to Vote Act. Oh, that's interesting. Well, shoot, that might be better. Dang. Schumer, the only Democrat to vote no on the roll call vote. Interesting. The plot thickens. I did not know about that. All right, so New Hampshire is the state we're on now. We've got Margaret Wood Hassan. Maggie Hassan. Senator Hassan. Is it? I don't think that's how you pronounce it, is it? I want to. Oh, look at there.
Maggie Hassan.
Oh, it is Hassan. All right, Senator Hassan. She is. She's been in the U.S. Senate since 2017, so not that long. Before, looks like she was from Boston originally, and in New Hampshire state politics before that, and a lawyer before that. Okay, so looks like narrowly defeated her opponent in 2016. New Hampshire's also gotten a little bit more blue in recent years. It used to be more of a swing state. Okay. Curious where she stands on political positions. She votes with President Biden's stated position 100% of the time. So she's pretty reliably Democrat here. All right, let's give her a call. Check the chats here. Okay. And we'll still do the Freedom to Vote Act.
Thank you for calling Senator Maggie Hassan's office. How can I help you?
Hi. First of all, I'm a social studies teacher, and I'm live streaming this as an educational demonstration. Like I'm calling every senator in the country. Is that okay?
I would prefer to not be recorded, but I am certainly happy to take down your contact information so you can get a response on whatever issue you're calling about.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just I'll go ahead and give you my contact information. And the bill that I'm calling about in support of is the Freedom to Vote Act, which I know died, but I'd like to see it revived. And my name is Matt Beat. It's B-E-A-T.
Okay, and a good email address.
I am Mr. Beat at Gmail. That's IAMMRBEAT at gmail.com.
Okay, and you're calling in favor of this piece of legislation?
Yeah, the Freedom to Vote Act.
Okay, well, Mr. Beat, thank you for taking the time to call in. I'm certainly happy to relay this message for you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, bye. It almost sounded like a recording or like a robot there, but so interesting. Zachary says Schumer voted no so that he can make a motion to reconsider the vote. McConnell did the same thing with some judicial nominations. It's just procedural. Okay, so that's a bit more anticlimactic. Interesting. Maybe I won't bring that up then. What should I bring up for Schumer? So much to bring up. I could also bring up like the potential Supreme Court nominees to take the place of Justice Breyer. So yeah, she did call me Mr. Beat. That was kind of funny. Oh, you made it just in time. There's another what's that one? The Sugma Act 554. I have no idea what that is. Oh, that's okay. Is that a state law? Or okay, I don't know what that is. Sorry. But yeah, let's add to. Let's go to or the spreadsheet once again. This document is in the description of this video, so you can view to see what has happened. These are the results of every senator's office I've called. Spoken to a staffer for every single office today so far. Did not want to be recorded, but took down my contact information regarding my support of the Freedom to Vote Act. Okay, so looks like I was being trolled on that last one. I don't know, but thanks for the super chat. So we're now up to Jeanne Shaheen, which is a cool name. Oh, well, Senator, okay, I'm getting texts now for also suggestions from my friends. Oh, that's Tom Ritchie. He wants to hear, okay, it would be interesting to hear Senator Scott's take about whether race or gender should be a primary consideration. Interesting. Okay, thank you for that. Shout out to Tom Ritchie. But we're still on New Hampshire. And this is Jeanne Shaheen. I have heard of her. I don't remember why I've heard of her. She's been in the Senate since 2009, so a while. So, you know, you come across these folks. First female senator in New Hampshire's history. Wow. The first elected female governor in New Hampshire. The first woman elected as both governor and U.S. senator. I mean, a lot of times this isn't that big of a deal because women were shut out of politics for so long in the United States. Yeah, so she's originally from Missouri. Looks like she's been around for a while in politics. Looks like she has pretty standard positions, I think, politically with the Democratic Party. So trying to find out where she votes with the president, but doesn't really, it's not quite laid out that way. Okay, I'm going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act again. Oh, somebody wants to, okay. She voted against the $15 minimum wage. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of the minimum wage. I think it does more harm than good. I think it's better to have universal basic income as an alternative, but like your survival shouldn't depend on your employment, especially when a lot of jobs are bullcrap, to be honest. I could ask her about that, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be too much passion for that. I'm just going to do the Freedom to Vote Act. Okay, so Senator Shaheen from New Hampshire.
Hi, you've reached Senator Shaheen's office. How can I help you?
Hi. First of all, I just wanted to say I'm a social studies teacher, and I'm live streaming me calling every senator in the country as an educational exercise. Is that okay that I do that?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not particularly comfortable being recorded, but I'm very happy to have this conversation and pass the message on.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so I just wanted to the bill that I'm pointing to that I'm a big fan of to every senator, and I'm pretty sure that Senator Shaheen is as well, but the Freedom to Vote Act is something that I think that should be revisited and revived because I think it's a great bill. So if you could pass that message along, and my name is Matt Beat.
Perfect. And where are you calling from?
I actually live in Kansas.
Okay. Well, sorry. Go ahead.
But I'd love to hear back. Can I leave my email with you?
Yeah, that sounds great. And I will say Senator Shaheen is in support of the Freedom to Vote Act, but I can definitely also get you a response.
Yeah. I knew she was, and I appreciate that. So my email is iamMrBeat@gmail. That's iamMrBeat@gmail.com.
Perfect. I'll pass that on. Appreciate you calling in.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Bye. All right. So that was Senator Shaheen. Kind of similar to the last one. I have to tell them because it's a two-party consent state. Maybe I don't, but so yeah, short and sweet conversation as well. If you are just joining us today, I've been going for about an hour. It's been a lot quicker than last Thursday. I started with Montana, I'm then Nebraska, then Nevada, and then I just finished New Hampshire. If you are from an upcoming state, I'm going alphabetically. Let me know, but I prefer you wait till right before we get to your state. Looks like we got somebody from Tennessee right here. Ask if you could ask Senator Blackburn her opinion on the recent banning of reading materials such as Mouse and if she supports such an un-American activity. Yeah, this censorship is very anti-American. It's been troubling to see how many more books have been banned in schools. I think that's always a red flag. Like if you're banning books from being read in high school, that's not a good look. Not a good look. These kids will find out this stuff anyway. By the way, you can't really hide information anymore in the information age. Hey, look, Emperor Tiger Star is here. The legend. New Jersey. Can you ask? Oh, that's next. Senators Booker and Menendez. Not a fan of Menendez, by the way. I'm not a fan of him. But anyway, to sponsor a specific bill that would make Election Day a federal holiday. Okay, yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm just going to focus. I'm going to take that angle. I like it. I know Booker for sure is for that. He's probably pretty receptive to that. Shout out to my friend Chris Kinman. He's been commenting and just texting me. Is following along as well. Ask Schumer where he stands on abolishing the Electoral College and replacing it with direct national popular election of the president. Schumer, not Gillibrand. She supports that. Okay. So many things to ask the Senate Majority Leader, Senator Schumer. I gotta pick what I want here because I can't bring all this stuff up. But you guys all know how I'm not a fan of the Electoral College. I think it's antiquated at this point. Maybe it was necessary in the early days of the country, but good morning, Michael, also from New Jersey. Okay, could you ask Senator Booker on whether we should get involved in the Russian-Ukrainian conflict? Back in 2013, he opposed military intervention in Syria. He did, and I agreed with him on that. I'm thinking he's not too excited on getting involved with Ukraine. I think I'm going to take more the angle of the election day for a holiday, though, for him, though. But yeah, let's look at Senator Booker, who actually is he's well known. He also ran for president in 2020. He's kind of like sometimes he's a little bit too positive for people, like it freaks him out. He's one of those guys who's just always bubbly. But he kind of made a name for himself as mayor of Newark, as like the first good mayor they had in a while that really did a lot of good work. Wasn't perfect, but he's RuPaul's cousin. Shout out to RuPaul, who I got to spend a few hours with in 2004 in New York City. Mrs. Beat and I did. I will never forget that. He's also just a nice guy, one of the nicest guys in the Senate, no doubt, even if you disagree with him on stuff. As far as like where he stands on most issues, he's very to the left, I would say, on most issues. He talks a lot about wealth inequality, which I think is good and needs to be brought up more. So yeah, there's a lot to like about Booker. I don't know if I like when he ran for president, I wasn't quite as excited for him. Maybe for his quirks, I don't know, but I think he would be really receptive to a lot of reforms. Let's see if I missed any super chats. I don't think I did. Oh, Texan. Why he abandoned Texas during the winter storm about the power grid. I've gotten so many. Speaking of which, if you go to this is the first part 1, and I as the pinned comment, I said, hey, if you have a question for your senator coming up, here's the place to do it. The number 1 upvoted thing was do a Bart Simpson prank call on Ted Cruz, and then someone later on said you need to bring up the fact that he went to Cancun when his state was so. But I don't know. That's a little bit too political, even though what we're doing in practice is a political thing. That seems to be like kind of like, I don't know. It's not really not productive. That's the word I'm looking for. But yeah, let's call Senator Booker here. I'm going to bring up making Election Day a federal holiday. Hopefully you're okay. I know other people wanted me to do other stuff. I'm sorry. I got to pick just one thing. 3224.
Hello, this is Cory Booker, and thank you for calling. To leave a comment or suggestion for me, please press 1. If you'd like to speak with a member of my staff, please press 2. To hear these options again,
Good morning, this is Senator Booker's office. How may I help you?
Hello. I was just wanting to bring to Senator Booker's attention. Yeah, I mean, I know he already supports this, but making Election Day a federal holiday, I think that's something that a lot of Republicans really like as much as Democrats, and I was just wondering if he could prioritize bills that have that in it, or even if that's the only thing in the bill.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, the senator was a huge proponent of the Freedom to Vote Act, and so, obviously a part of that was making Election Day a federal holiday. But, I'm sure, I don't want to misrepresent any of his ideas or anything, but I'm sure he would be absolutely willing to, support any sort of bill that, would make Election Day a holiday. Anything really, he's in favor of pretty much anything that would, really guarantee citizens' right to vote. So I can absolutely pass it on to the senator for you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, just because I think it's something that so many Americans want, and yeah, like it shouldn't be hard to vote. It should be really easy. So
yeah, absolutely, and I know the senator would definitely agree with you on that.
Definitely. Yeah, I appreciate that. Can I leave my contact information with you?
Sure, go right ahead.
My name is Matt Beat. That's Beat, and my email is, and I always love to hear back. Is
okay.
I am Mr. Beat at Gmail. IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I can absolutely pass it on to the senator for you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, have a great rest of your day.
All right. You too. Bye.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Such a pleasant conversation. Yeah. So, his positivity is contagious. I think that's good. Like he's somebody who's easy to work with, whether you agree with him or not. Staffer was very pleasant to speak with and very receptive to me proposing Election Day be a federal holiday. and took down my contact information. Okay. Of course, I offered it. A lot of times they ask it, but I offered it in this case. Info after I offered. But yeah, like it's easier to talk to these staffers, honestly, when they either co-sponsored or they were strongly in favor of a bill that you were calling about. So we are now up to Menendez, who I'm not, like I said, I'm not as big of a fan of him. He's also a Democrat. He's been in there a long time, I believe. Usually when I have issues with senators, it's usually revolves around who influences them. And it's clear that big corporate interests often influence this guy. I'm sure he's wonderful in person and a nice person, but I believe he's also, because of his corruption charges in the past, he's like the least popular senator in the country. Or maybe that's Mitch McConnell. So maybe he's the second least popular. He's been in there since 2006. He is pretty reliably, he votes along party lines pretty reliably. Let's see here. Yeah, he's been in there a while. I'm not going to dig too deep here. Looks like I had another super chat. North Carolina. Thank you, Jackson. Please ask Tillis to support freedom to vote and ask what he's doing to help poor people in North Carolina. Okay. Also have the stock thing that people wanted me to bring up. But all right. Yeah, I would think that's about true there, Dexter. I'm also going to bring up the election day as a federal holiday to him. So let's, to his staff, probably. Imagine if he was the one who answered the phone. I'm like, oh, hey, you're actually a really nice guy. I like you. Calling Senator Menendez from New Jersey.
You have reached the office of Senator Robert Menendez. The office hours are Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. If you've reached this message during our business hours, all of our lines are currently busy. If you would like to leave a message for the senator, please include your name and zip code. For the latest news from Senator Menendez, including video and audio updates, visit us on the web at menendez.senate.gov. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello, Senator Menendez. This is Matt Beat from Kansas, zip code 66044, and I was just calling to see if you'd be willing to revisit any kind of bill, any bill, period, that would make Election Day a federal holiday. I would appreciate your response. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. And I look forward to that. And thank you for your time and your service. Okay, so that was the first voicemail I had to leave today, actually, surprisingly. Everyone else answered. Follow us on the web. Who calls it the web anymore, by the way? Okay. For Senator Casey, are you neoliberal? Shouldn't the Dems reach out to rural Appalachia? Okay. I like the second part of that question better. Just rural areas in general, I feel like the rural parts of the United States in general have been neglected for so long from DC politicians that I think that's just something that needs to be brought up to all of them. When you call Chuck Schumer or Kirsten Gillibrand, can you ask if they can introduce an anti-gerrymander bill? Oh, I love it. And why proposed the bad gerrymander, so did GOP. Yeah. My home state of Kansas, as I said in the first part one of this live stream, they did as well. Like their gerrymandering is just, it's only getting worse with this year. Okay, so another thing for NY is the gerrymandering. I just have a lot to choose from for New York, for NY. Wrote that down though. All right. So we've made it through New Jersey. We are up to New Mexico, back to the other side of the country. And then we'll get to New York. Wow. Got my two snacks here. Banana, it's kind of ripe. And Cliff Bar, of course. But Mrs. Beat's not here today. It's very sad. She's actually at her office. So New Mexico is also an interesting state. First of all, if anyone's in the chat from New Mexico, I want to hear from you. But New Mexico, it's more and more blue each year. I think a lot of that has to do with the changing demographics of the state, but there's a pretty high Native American and Hispanic and Latino population in New Mexico who generally votes more Democrat than Republican. You're starting to get even some folks from California moving out to New Mexico, even though they're mostly going to Arizona. But it's the two senators I'm not very familiar with. Looks like we got somebody Lujan. The fracking, interesting. Okay, Zach Attack. That's a shout out to Zach, a Patreon supporter. Question on the Braun. Okay, maybe a more broad question for him. Let's take a look at the two Senate. Let's first look at Ben Ray Lujan. Is that how you pronounce his name? I don't know anything about this person. He's been in the Senate only since 2021, so just a little over a year. He did take down a Republican. Before he was in the Senate, he was in the House of Representatives. It looks like he's been in politics for a while, going back to the aughts. He's on the Committee on Energy and Commerce. As far as he's Catholic, that's all we know about his personal life. Actually, we don't know much about him. So we don't know where he stands on. Maybe I can bring up something to do with fracking, though, for him. Casey and Toomey is fully drowned out by the rest of the state. How hard is it to govern such a diverse state? Well, I don't know if that's the appropriate question for calling them, though, because that's more of like a media question, like if you were to sit down and interview them. You're mainly, when you call these senators, their offices, their staffers, you're mainly just bringing up stuff to their attention that maybe they're not thinking about as much or even at all. For Senator Booker was his appearance on the Finding Your Roots show. Oh, yeah, I heard he was on that show. It's a good show. He discovered his previously hidden white relatives in Louisiana. The interaction between them was positive. That's cool. That's awesome. Well, hello there, Joe. Good to see you. Thank you so much. New York, yeah. Oh, that'd be great if they picked up. Imagine if Senator Schumer picked up. Okay. So I'm just curious with Senator. First of all, how do you pronounce? Is it Lujan? Lujan?
Pronounce name.
Lujan. Lujan. Okay. I'm just going to search Lujan, Senator Lujan, and fracking, and see if that's something. That's back when he was governor. Oh, no, that's a different guy. Okay, I was going to say he wasn't governor. Interesting. You think any of your comments to the staff will reach the senator's desk? I think so. It's hard for me not to be cynical, though. If anything, this shows you, like, if your only lesson you learn from this whole live stream is that our senators are not very responsive to us citizens, then I'm happy with that too, because they need to be more receptive. Slow down the migration out of New York. Support upstate New York. That's a good one, Michael. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to bring up fracking and say, like, it's something that is, I think I've noticed does more harm than good. So maybe like see what I think to spin it more positive. I'm going to bring up, what is he doing to promote renewable energy? So maybe I'll just do that for you, Zach. Okay. And he's brand new to Senate. The Senate, maybe he'll actually answer.
Hi, you have reached Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office. I'm away from my desk or on another line. Would you please leave your name, number, and time you called, and I'll get right back to you. Thank you so much.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Yeah, Senator Lujan, this is Matt Beat, and I'm calling to basically express thoughts that you have constituents in your state that are concerned about fracking, and they want more done to promote renewable energy and doing more in the Senate to make it so that we're not as reliant on fossil fuels. So yeah, I just bring that to your attention. If you want to respond, I would love to hear back from you. Again, my name is Matt Beat, and my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. A lot of times you can tell, like, whenever it comes to regulation of anything, it's really important that you as a citizen look at who supports their campaigns, which type of companies. Like, for example, with Senator Lujan, if he's like pro fracking, is it because he's getting oil money? Like, he probably is. A lot of times it's sneaky, but most of these senators are heavily influenced by whoever pays them money to get reelected or to promise some kind of deal after they're out of office, as far as a job or some kind of investment. So yeah, sorry, this is getting more and more cynical as we get through, I think. So we left a voice message again. I haven't left very many voice messages today, though. We're getting a lot of staffers. Oh, sorry, that wasn't Heinrich. That was Senator Lujan. So now we've got Martin Heinrich. Don't know anything about him either. Let's take a look. Martin Heinrich has been in the Senate. Oh, wow. So not even a full year yet. February 3rd, 2021 is when he assumed office. Before that, though, he was in politics. He was in the House of Representatives. He was also in Albuquerque politics many years ago. Looks like he's about the same age. These guys aren't that much older than me. They were born in the early 70s, so about 10 years older than me. It's good to see some. I'm sorry, I'm a little biased here, but it's good to see some younger folks in the Senate. And when I say young, I mean, shoot, they're like, what, 50, 49? As far as where he stands on issues, it's funny how there's not much information on his Wikipedia page here, but yeah, I don't know. Don't know. Senator Booker's recent episode on Finding Your Roots was interesting. Oh, yeah. I already saw that, didn't I? Okay. All right, so let's give Senator Heinrich a call. Anyone from New Mexico want me to ask Senator Heinrich something? Position on the right to repair. Right to repair. I don't know anything about that. Electronics right to repair is proposed legislation that would provide the practical means for equipment owners to repair their devices and not a new legal right. Okay, I'm somewhat familiar with that. Heinrich became senator in 2013. Check again. Oh, was that when he was reelected? Oh, you're right. So he's been there since 2013. I'm sorry, I missed that. Gosh. Oh, that's because it's listed up here. The vice chair of Joint Economic Committee is listed before him being a senator for some reason. So fix the Wikipedia page. Why would that be before him being listed as a senator? Okay, so he's been there a while. He's been there for 8 years. Okay, thank you for that. And we got another super chat. Call Schumer and Gillibrand, my senators, and voice my support for Medicare for all. My name is Nicholas. Okay, all right. We got so much for New York, though. But I also am a fan of Medicare for all. Nicholas. Well, there's Zach Attack again. He introduced a bill that would grant statehood to Puerto Rico. So what's the latest on that? I like that. Let's go with that. Let's go with that for Senator Heinrich. All right, so let's give him a call without further ado.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Heinrich. How may I help you?
Yeah, I was just calling about the latest with the bill that Senator Heinrich introduced back in March of last year about granting statehood to Puerto Rico. I was wondering if that was something that had any momentum at all.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'd be more than happy to pass this on to the senator and get your response.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if it's just something that I think we could bring to his attention again, that a lot of not just New Mexico constituents, but all of it. I'm actually from Kansas, so but many Americans support Puerto Rico joining as a state. So thank you for passing that along.
Yeah, certainly. Can I get a name from you?
My name is Matt Beat.
Okay, and that's just B-E-A-T?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how about a zip code?
66044.
And then either a good mailing address or a good email.
I am Mr. Beat at gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT at gmail.
Okay, great. I'll be happy to pass this along and get your response.
All right. Thank you so much.
Certainly. You take care and have a great day.
You too. Bye. Nice little conversation there. Yes, I have done Maryland. Sorry. We're going alphabetically. A lot of folks wanted me to bring up stuff to Schumer and Gillibrand, support for statewide ranked choice voting, as well as asking their stance on the Earn It Act. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that one. I like a lot of these that you're bringing up. I just had to pick and choose which. I've already done Michigan. I'm sorry. I'm going alphabetically. Why they're not, but at least maybe they'll watch this and they'll see this. Why they're not pushing for new water pipes in rural areas such as Benton Harbor. That's what I was trying to remember last week. Benton Harbor. It's even worse than my understanding. It's even worse than it was in Flint. Not good. So it's so sad, and it's mostly African American community. Of course, right? Always a group that's historically screwed over in the United States. So let's take notes here for Senator Heinrich. Left a spoke briefly with a staffer and told them we would like to see Puerto Rico become a state. He got my, I'm trying to be gender neutral. They got my contact information and said, Senator Heinrich, follow up. So we are from New Mexico on to New York. Finally, I have so many possibilities for this one, so many choices. I'm just gonna. So we have Senator Gillibrand first. I can't remember her name for some reason. Last week, off the top of my head, my mind blanked, but I should remember her. She ran for president as well. She was one of the many senators who ran in 2020 for president. She's been pretty outspoken for a while. She looks like she's been in the Senate now for, wow, that long. I didn't realize that, since 2009. Before that, briefly in the House of Representatives. What did she do before she was in politics? I forgot. She was a lawyer and U.S. HUD special counsel. Okay. Yeah, pretty standard, right? Was there any response from senators that you contacted last time, and was it mostly wishy-washy or meaningful? No, nothing so far, nothing personal, just a newsletter. Senator Paul, I got on his newsletter. I get his emails. That's it so far. I'm hoping I'm not. Maybe you should get angry at all this if you're watching. All right. So of all the possibilities for New York, I think I'm going to bring up something that is really important to me is Medicare for all, but at the root of everything is voting, I think. So let me see. I'm going to bring up gerrymandering. So let's bring that up for Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York. If you are receiving this message, you have either called outside of our normal business hours or all of our lines are currently busy. Please leave a message after the tone and we will attend to your call as soon as possible. Thank you for calling.
Hello, Senator Gillibrand. This is Matt Beat, and I am calling to bring your attention how so many of us Americans, not just your New York constituents, but all of us Americans, I'm actually from Kansas, we want partisan gerrymandering to end, and we want federal legislation to end it. And so we wanted to see what was the latest thing you had come up with. I know you're against gerrymandering yourself. I believe you are, but want to hear back with your plans to end gerrymandering. If you could please email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. I would appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. All right. Shout out to Micah. Yeah. So check out his. Oh, wow. I see. Okay. Interesting. Let me take a note, make a note of this. Here, I'm kind of getting my mind is thinking about three things at once. Senator Gillibrand left a voice message. Okay. We have many possibilities for the Senate Majority Leader. Let's first look at who he is. In case you don't know, he's a pretty big deal. I've been pretty critical of him over the years. I mean, he's like in many ways like a typical politician. He's been pretty standard, like a moderate Democrat in his early days, but over the years, I feel like he's gone further and further to the left. But yeah, so Senator Schumer is barely the majority leader. If in case you don't know, that it's basically a 50-50 tie in the Senate now. There are two independent senators, but they caucus and often vote with the Democrats. And so 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans. The reason why it's a majority is the vice president, Senator Harris, former Senator Harris, Vice President Harris, Kamala Harris, she can break the tie if needed. That's assuming that there's no filibuster and that they go for a simple majority vote on anything, which they don't do that often. There's somebody else bringing that up, so maybe I will bring up the Electoral College thing to him. But yeah, Senator Schumer has drifted more and more to the left, I've noticed. I think he's mainly just responding more to his voters. He does do a good job representing his voters for all his misgivings. But he's been there for a while. First assumed office in 1999. He's always been somebody who didn't fear the spotlight, got right out there and talked to the media. He's been in politics and at the state level since the 70s. I'm thinking that he's going to retire here sooner than later, actually. Yeah, man. He's the first Jewish leader of either chamber of Congress. I never knew that. I just now learned that. But yeah, like I said, he had more moderate views when he first entered the Senate 20-some years ago, and he's kind of drifted to the left more and more. I think of all the issues to bring up, though, we know that he supports voting reform. We know that he probably wants to get rid of the Electoral College. He's against probably gerrymandering. I think he's for Medicare for all. But multiple people in the chat and the super chats have brought up the fact that they want to see popular vote instead of Electoral College for presidential elections. If there's too much New York, can you pass mine to Wisconsin? Okay. Which was yours, though? I don't remember. Go back here. Trying to find the old ones. Must have been way back. Yeah, because I don't even see it. Maybe I should bring up something obscure like right to repair, actually. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, that's you anyway. That's you anyway. Let's bring that up. Because I already know where they stand on all these other issues. I really do. So let's bring up something more obscure. Right to repair. Let's do it. Schumer never will see it coming. All right. And I'm learning too, because I don't know much about it.
You have reached the office of United States Senator Chuck Schumer. Out of an abundance of caution, our office is following the advice of the CDC, the Office of the Attending Physician, and local and state health departments by practicing social distancing through telework. While we are not able to answer your call at this time, know that we are dedicated to continuing our service to all New Yorkers and will be doing so remotely. Please leave your name, number, comment, or a brief message after the tone. Thank you.
Senator Schumer, I just want to bring up something that's a little bit more obscure that maybe you hadn't thought about and you should consider is electronics right to repair. I just want to see where you stood on right to repair. It's basically any legislation that would provide a practical means for equipment owners to repair their own devices, not a new legal right. So I'm not even sure where I stand on it, honestly, but I wanted to see where you stood on it. So if you could please let me know. My name is Matt Beat. And my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Thank you for your time, and thank you for responding, and thank you for your service. All right, so that's different. You know, I got to do more research on that. They're not going to email you, bro. You never know. Okay. So much cynicism in the comments. All right. So that was Chuck Schumer. left a voice message with both of the New York senators. That's disappointing since he's the Senate Majority Leader. So now we're down to North Carolina. I'm familiar with Tom Tillis he had a very well-publicized campaign when he ran for senator a couple years back, whenever that was. Richard Burr, not so much. Yeah, that's right. The little feud with Taylor Swift. I'm going to start eating my banana a little bit here because I haven't ate anything today yet. But so if you're just joining us, we are up to North Carolina. We've spoken to many staff members. Only left like 4 voice messages total. We're going alphabetically still. So we are at North Carolina next, North Dakota after that. So Richard Burr, he is somebody he's a Republican, been in the Senate since 2005. Originally from Virginia, looks like. Before he was in the Senate, he was in the House of Representatives, going back to the 90s. Let's look at, he was one of 7 Republican senators to vote to convict Donald Trump of incitement of insurrection in his second impeachment trial. That's interesting. He temporarily stepped down as chair of the Intelligence Committee on May 15, 2020, amid an FBI investigation into allegations of insider trading. Ooh, maybe I should bring that up. I should bring up how he feels about bills. There's a bill that I think Holly sponsored to ban insider trading. Well, it's like to ban Congress members from trading stock. So let's look that up here. That would be an interesting one. There's competing bills, actually, it looks like. So Holly has one. Ossoff also has one. Okay, let's just bring those up. Can you do a follow-up video in a month's time to see who responded to and what they said? Yeah, I said this at the beginning of the stream, but I plan on doing that, Michael, definitely. Okay, I'm going to bring this up because of him getting into trouble, Senator Burr. Possibly for insider trading. Yeah, Jon Ossoff, the more I learn about him, the more impressed I am with him, honestly. He might be somebody who's like a rising star to run for president at some point. But Holly, too, though, I mean, he got himself pretty deep in trouble with the insurrection crowd. But if he gets past that, he might be another rising star. Sad to say, because he's a pretty slimy dude from what I can get. But I'm sure a nice guy. Okay. So Richard Burr, we're calling. Oops. Okay, where's his number? Here we go.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina. Constituents with a comment for Senator Burr about matters before the U.S. Senate or who wish to share their opinion on other current events, including the executive branch, may do so by pressing 1. Messages are logged to the Senator daily. If you're calling because you need help resolving a problem you're having with a federal agency or having an emergency casework issue, like a lost or stolen passport, or need information on other constituent services like our tour program, flag program, or internships, please press 2. Again, thanks for calling.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Please try again.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina. Constituents with a comment for Senator Burr about matters before the U.S. Senate or who wish to share their opinion on other current events, including the executive branch, may do so by pressing 1. Messages are logged to the Senator daily. If you're calling because you need help resolving a problem you're having with a federal agency or having an emergency casework issue, like a lost or stolen passport, or need information on other constituent services like our tour program, flag program, or internships, please press 2. Again, thanks for calling.
Hello. This message is for Senator Richard Burr, and
Sorry, I didn't get that. Please try again.
Oh.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina. Constituents.
It's not letting me record a message. I'm going to try calling again and see what's going on here, but it wasn't letting me. It wasn't even beeping.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Richard Burr of North Carolina. Constituents with a comment for Senator Burr about matters before the U.S. Senate or who wish to share their opinion on other current events, including the executive branch, may do so by pressing 1. Messages are logged to the Senator daily.
There we go. All right.
Constituents wishing to share their thoughts to Senator Burr about legislation before the U.S. Senate may do so following this message.
Hello, this message is for Senator Burr. And I was wondering if Burr could please support either the bill from Senator Ossoff or the bill from Senator Hawley. Both bills are similar, but both ban stock trading by members of Congress. I think that's a good idea. I think most Republicans, Democrats, Independents all support a stock trading ban, and you should too. So I'd like to know where you stand on these bills that ban stock trading by members of Congress. If you could please let me know. My name is Matt Beat, and my email is iamrbeat@gmail.com. That's iamrbeat@gmail.com. I look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. So I must have missed that at the beginning where they said, hit 1 if you want to talk. I mean, I was hoping to talk to a staffer, though. They're not even giving you that option for a lot of these. So another voicemail for Senator Burr. Now we're at Senator Tillis. Just briefly about him. He's a business person, I believe, before he got into politics. He has been in the Senate since 2015. Oh, it's been that long. Okay. Before that, he was in North Carolina politics. And interesting. On immigration, he proposed a 15-year pathway to citizenship for some undocumented youth as a more conservative alternative to a bipartisan DREAM Act. At least he's coming up with alternatives to the DREAM Act. I appreciate that. Having previously denied that climate change is occurring, he has since acknowledged it, but opposes the Paris Agreement and the Clean Power Plan. Yeah, the Clean Power Plan. That's Obama era stuff here that has not really, that Trump reversed in many ways, and then Biden tried to bring back. So, but yeah, he's a pretty party line Republican. Last chance for anyone from North Carolina for me to ask a question that's for Senator Tillis. Otherwise, Lankford. Okay, let me write this down. If he has any regrets about January 6th, since you were speaking during it, ask Inhofe about insider trading and his flip-flop on climate change. Okay. Okay. All right. Here we got another North Carolina person. Hello, please tell both senators to support voting rights and also tell them to support the abolition of elder abuse. I live in North Carolina. Okay, thank you, David. Yeah. I think I'm going to bring up the voting rights for Senator Tillis here. So let's, since that's my main go-to here. So the voting, the Freedom to Vote Act. Let's give it a whirl for Senator Tillis of North Carolina.
Call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 20522246342 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
think that was the wrong number. I think I entered the wrong. I'm gonna try this again. Because that sounded like a personal voicemail. So 6342. Okay, I think this is the right one.
Good afternoon, Senator Tom Tillis' office. How can I help you?
Hello. I was wondering if you could bring up to Senator Tillis's attention again the parts of the Freedom to Vote Act that he liked, that were good, that most Americans like, such as making Election Day a federal holiday.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, because I know he probably didn't like parts of it, and I know the bill died. But if you could just let him know that it's something that worth revisiting, at least parts of it.
Right. Yes, sir. I most definitely will.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I do know that it is part of also the negotiations right now with the Electoral Count Act. They're talking about reforming that and possibly inserting different provisions that might be from other pieces of legislation into that as well. So I'll be glad to do that for you. He'll get that today. Yeah,
I'm glad you brought that up. The Electoral Count Act as well is something I'm mostly for as well. So I appreciate that.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'll make sure he gets it. Hope you have a good day.
Okay. You too. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, answer right away. Senator Tillis' staffer did. Did not take my contact information. Seemed receptive receptive of taking parts of Freedom to Vote Act and what was the other one that he said? The Electoral Count Act, which is be a modified of a previous law. Oh yeah, look at this. This article's from a couple weeks ago. Electoral Act reform picks up growing bipartisan support. So the Electoral Count Act. Yeah, I liked how he kind of knew right away what I was talking about. You know, these staffers, for the most part, are very well informed. They're on it. Okay, so we are up to North Dakota. Sorry, Jackson, if I didn't ask the right question for that. What you wanted. Let's see what else here. Okay, so North Dakota. We've got Kevin Kramer. Is he the one with the mustache? No, that's John. That's John Hoven. Okay, Kevin Kramer. Don't know anything about him, but he was state tourism director. That's an interesting job. In the 90s. He's been in the Senate since 2019, in the House of Representatives a few years before that. Looks like it was in state government for many, many years before that. He was a chair of the North Dakota Republican Party. Looks like he, as far as political issues, he was one of the earliest endorsers of Trump. He's a climate change denier, apparently. Yeah, just glancing through this, he's a very conservative guy. Okay, I'm going to bring up the voting rights thing to him, unless somebody in the chat has something more pressing. You liked Kramer on Seinfeld? Yeah. Okay.
you for calling Senator Kevin Cramer's office in Washington, D.C. Please leave us your name, email, and phone number along with a brief message. We will get back to you as soon as possible.
Hello, Senator Kramer. This is Matt Beat calling about the Freedom to Vote Act. I know the bill died, but I think it's worth revisiting and reviving at least parts of it that both Republicans and Democrats would like. If you could please revisit it and let me know where you stand on the bill, I'd appreciate hearing back from you. Again, my name is Matt Beat, and if you could email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's iamMrBeat@gmail.com. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. Folks in the chat saying I look tired. I got plenty of sleep last night. I'm good. And this is nothing. I'm making. It's been 2 hours, but I'm making good time here. So, left a voice message for Senator Kramer. Then we're up to good old John Hoven with his wonderful mustache. I do think I need to go to the bathroom after North Dakota. North Dakota, you're doing this to me. Is it Hoven? Is that how you pronounce it? Okay, I'll write that down for you, Zane. I also had Tom Ritchie had one for South Carolina. He's from South Carolina. Okay, so let me see how you pronounce his name, just to make sure I got that right. I want to make sure I get these pronunciations right when I call him.
Hoven.
Okay, that's what I was saying. Hoven. All right, so he's pretty standard Republican as well, party lines, all that, yada, yada. Been there since 2011 in the Senate. Before that, he was governor for many, many years. So I think he's, he used to be in the Democratic Party until 1998. That's interesting. Didn't know that about him. Only one with a mustache. I think Cruz is the only one with a beard. So there's that. He's on the board of directors at First Western Bank and Trust and has an estimated net worth of $45 million, making him one of the wealthiest U.S. senators. Okay, let's give him a call about the Voting Rights Act, the Freedom to Vote Act specifically. Sorry. Keep that going, because I didn't hear from anyone from North Dakota that had a serious question anyway.
Senator Hoven's office, how can I help you?
Hello. My name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of the Freedom to Vote Act. And I know it was a bill that died, but I was wanting to bring it back to the attention to Senator Hoven and ask him to revisit the parts that he liked, even if he didn't like the whole bill.
Well, you said your name was Matt, right?
Yeah.
And that you would like the senator to relook at parts of the bill.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot there that both Republicans and Democrats would like. And I think, like, for example, the making Election Day a federal holiday. I think that's something most people agree about.
Yeah, I know there is a bipartisan group of senators that's working on looking through parts of that bill as we speak. And I'm not going to talk for the senator about a bill that's not concrete yet, but definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Like, every little bit helps. So, okay, well, thank you for taking that down.
Yes. Could I get your contact info?
Yes. Again, my name is Matt Beat. My email is IamMrBeat@gmail.com. So it's IamMrBeat@gmail.com.
Perfect. Is there an address with that?
Sure. P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66044.
Perfect. That's all I need. I will forward that on through our staff to the senator.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, you have a good one.
All right. You too. Bye. All right. That was nice. Yeah. So Senator Hoven's a staffer answered, and I told them about the about reworking the Freedom to Vote Act, and they took down my contact information. Okay, so we've made it through North Dakota. Yeah, very polite. And then we're up to Ohio next. Ohio has two actually pretty solid senators. I like them both, Senator Sherrod Brown and Senator Portman. Before I get to Ohio, though, I am going to go to the bathroom. Mrs. B told me I need to go upstairs so you don't hear me peeing. But yeah. Osbers, hey. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, some people came back. All right, so we've got Sherrod Brown, who is a Democrat from Ohio. Ohio has a Republican and Democrat. It's one of the few states that actually has that. So let's briefly look at him. Like I said, he's one of my favorite senators. He's always been there, like with bills and just supporting policies that support the working class. He's been in the Senate since 2007 on many committees. before he was in federal politics. Well, yeah, he was in the House of Representatives for many years as well. He was Secretary of State of Ohio. Pretty much a career politician, but he's solid, right? Originally from Cleveland, I believe, and his positions are generally pretty okay. Well, it says here he voted with President Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, 25.8% of the time. Doesn't really say more recent stuff, but he's pretty party line as well as far as how he votes. I wouldn't say he's necessarily that moderate. Oh, interesting. That's cool. All right, so we're going to call Sherrod Brown, Senator Brown. I think the other day we had some people that brought up some stuff, but I don't remember. Let's see. Was there anything here about Ohio? On the RAISE Act. We could ask Rob Portman about that. Okay. I'm going to ask him about ranked choice voting because I already know that he supported the Freedom to Vote Act. Senator Brown did. So, okay.
Hi, this is Senator Sherrod Brown. Thank you for calling my office to the following options so that we can best assist you. If you'd like to leave me a message or comment on a legislative issue, please press 1. If you need assistance with a matter involving any federal agency, please press 2. If you'd like to speak with a member of my staff, please press 3. If you'd like to return to the main menu, please. Thank you for your call today. I appreciate you are taking the time to let me know your views on the issues that matter most to you and to Ohio. To serve you better, please be sure to include the spelling of your first and last name, your email address, your phone number, and your Ohio zip code at the beginning of your message. You may also leave your full mailing address if you'd like.
Hello, Senator Brown. This is Matt Beat. I'm actually calling from outside of Ohio, but on behalf of your constituents, I wanted to see how supportive you were of ranked choice voting. It's something I think that would greatly help in the partisan divide, or at least make the partisan divide less bad in this country. I know I'm not an Ohio resident, but if you could please let me know via email. Again, my name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you in advance for actually responding and taking the time, and thank you for your service. So, a voicemail for Senator Brown of Ohio. Wonder if this is now the time of lunch for some of the staff. It's 12:08 local time in DC, so we'll see. Got George Washington in the chat. Nice. Some states have done that. They've done like a nonpartisan committee. All right, so somebody wanted me to ask Senator Portman about the RAISE Act, which I don't know much about. Let me just Google the RAISE Act. It was first introduced in 2017, co-sponsored by Senators Tom Cotton and David Perdue. The bill seeks to reduce levels of legal immigration to the United States by 50% by having the number of green cards issued. Oh, that's not what we want. If you want to truly help our economy and help our country become stronger in the future, you don't want to reduce the number of people here with green cards. We need people that want to be here, more of them here. I'm telling you, if we want to survive as a country, compete with China, not a good. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's just my first impression of this thing. So the person in the, this was a response to my pinned comment on the first live stream. They said, Where was it at here? Oh, where he stands on the RAISE Act. Okay. I don't know. I don't even put these bad ideas in his head. I think I'm going to go to the Freedom to Vote Act, unless somebody in the chat has anything else. I was going to say, we need immigrants. We'd be screwed without them. You kidding me? Like, seriously, like, I don't know. Not a very good, pretty short-sighted bill, in my opinion. Okay. So Rob Portman, a little bit about him. What did he do before he was a lawyer? How about that? Oh yeah, Sherrod Brown. I forgot he was a teacher for a little while before he got into politics. Maybe that's why he's awesome. But Senator Portman, everything I've seen with him, he seems like a nice guy. He's been in the Senate since 2011. Looks like he was in the George W. Bush administration and before that, and the House before that as well. So he's been around a while in D.C. politics. Looks like he, on January 25th, announced he would not seek a third term. Okay, what do you got to worry about then if you're not going for re-election? So let's see how he feels about the Freedom to Vote Act. We're going to do that one. My go-to. I don't know.
Hi, this is U.S. Senator Rob Portman. You've reached our Washington, D.C. office, which is open Monday through Friday from 8:30 in the morning until 6 p.m. If you have a question for us or a comment regarding current issues of interest, please leave your name, telephone number, email address, or mailing address, along with your question or comment, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. You may also wish to visit our website,
Let's do this.
portman.senate.gov. There you can contact us by email or find out more about the issues I'm working on behalf of Ohio. Thanks so much for your call, and have a great day.
Hello, Senator Portman. I was wondering if you could consider getting rid of the draft. We don't need it anymore, and I think that most Americans agree with that. And hopefully also you're not supporting or supportive of the going to war in Ukraine while we're at it. But I would love to hear back from you on your thoughts about the selective service. My email is, my name is Matt Beat, and my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Thank you in advance for getting back to me, and thank you for your service. Another voice message. I'm thinking that we might have caught some folks at lunch. I don't know. I'm hoping not. They take lunch at different times, but lately we've been leaving more voice messages, I've noticed. Let's go to Oklahoma, my neighbor to the south here in Kansas. James Inhofe, I'm very familiar with. He's old, like 85, I think. Let's see how old he is. 87 now. He's one of the oldest members of the Senate. Let's just go here. He became a meme at some point when he was the one who brought in the snowball when they got a little bit of snow in Washington D.C. a few years back, and he's like, "See, there's snow on the ground. How can there be climate change?" He thought he was so smart when he said that, but a lot of people just made fun of him. Looks like this is news to me. I didn't realize this, but it says he would actually be retiring finally at the end of his current term, which isn't until 2027. He's been there since 1994 in the Senate, served on many committees over the years, was in the House of Representatives before that. So since the 80s, he was mayor of Tulsa in the 1970s and early 80s. He's been in the state legislature all the way back to 1967. So this guy's been around. Yeah, he's from Tulsa. So 3 hours south of where I live. I have friends that live in Tulsa. Yeah. But he's a bit out of touch, in my opinion. I think a lot of, just Google the Snowball C-SPAN video, Inhofe, Senator Inhofe. You'll see it. It's pretty ridiculous. I think I'll bring up the Freedom to Vote Act unless there's something else pressing. If I go back to the your responses on my live stream here, I don't think anybody said anything about Oklahoma. Oklahoma is one of the most red states in the country, though. It's important to realize that. Watch him answer. Watch him answer.
Hello, and thank you for calling the office of Senator Jim Inhofe. Office hours are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've reached this message during normal business hours, it's due to high call volume. Please leave a message and someone will retrieve it as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
Hello, Senator Inhofe. I was wondering if you could explain why you voted no on the infrastructure bill that was bipartisan, but then you went on to praise the funding of Tulsa's levee system that came from that bill. That didn't make sense. I'm calling on behalf of Jake Morrison, one of your constituents at Oklahoma, but my name is Matt Beat, and I live in Kansas, your neighbor to the north. So if you could respond to my question, I'd appreciate it. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. I look forward to your response. Thank you in advance for actually responding, and thank you for your service all these years in the Senate. I was so mean. I'm such a jerk. Sorry, I'm biased against Senator Inhofe. He's also a reason for term limits, okay, right? Same with Schumer, right? Get those two together as the poster boys for term limits. Okay, so left a voice message with Senator Inhofe. Now we are to Senator Lankford, who I know much less about, also a senator from Oklahoma. Much younger dude here, looks like. He's been in the Senate since 2015, though, so a few years, 7 years, he's been there. Looks like he was in the House of Representatives before that, since 2011, originally from Texas. Let's see, what did he do before he was in politics? Says here he was a teacher, good for him, and a nonprofit program director. That's awesome. Political positions, okay. A rating from NRA. He was against legalizing medical marijuana. Harmful to, interesting. Maybe I should bring this up. Looks like he's pretty straightforwardly conservative on most issues. Let's see here. Let's I'll stick with the Freedom to Vote Act. Okay.
This is Senator James Langford. It's an absolute honor to be able to serve you in the United States Senate, and I appreciate your call. If you'd like to send an email to me or to find out my stance on current issues, you can always go to my website, langford.senate.gov, and get that information right now. If you'd like to leave a message, please do that. Press 1, and you'll be transferred to me or one of my staff members, and so you can leave a message for us. If you'd like information about office locations or hours of operations, you can press 2.
Let's try this.
Thank you for contacting my office. Please leave your message here after the tone, and please include your name, address, email address, and phone number so we can follow up with you. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Lankford. This is Matt Beat calling from Kansas. My address is P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66044. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. And I was calling on behalf of your constituents in Oklahoma. They're wondering why you voted against the infrastructure bill despite it giving broadband access to rural communities in Oklahoma. So if you could please let me know why you voted against the infrastructure bill despite it giving broadband access to rural communities in Oklahoma, I would appreciate that. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. I'm getting a little saltier as this goes on, aren't I? But yeah, so another voice message here. We are not talking to as many staff members. The last 4 calls have been voice messages, and we are almost done. We got Oregon, Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth. We've got Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia. I guess we got quite a bit going. We're not almost done. I forget how many states begin with W and S. Actually, it's just South Carolina, South Dakota. Okay. Gosh. Okay, we're up to Oregon. I've had many questions about Oregon, a lot of them revolving around climate change. Okay, I'll write that down for Pennsylvania. I don't need a nap. Okay. So we're up to Oregon. I'm going to bring up climate change, I think, for both of them. I know both of them support climate change initiatives, but I just want to see if they'll go into something more specific. So just briefly, we have Senator Wyden, who is one of the more visible senators, I think. He's been around for a long time, senator since 1996. He's been the ranking member of many committees over the years, chair of the Senate Energy Committee. That's very relevant to asking him about specific initiatives for climate change or fighting climate change. So I can... Pretty left-leaning guy. He's one of the few that has really, over the years, kind of been outspoken about protecting privacy, like a civil liberties guy. He's a one of the few true civil liberties senators. Let's go ahead and give him a call. Senator Wyden.
Hello, this is Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, and it is an honor to represent you in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for calling to make your voice heard. At this unique time in our history, it's crucial you let me know your concerns. Now one of our staff will tell you how to leave a message.
If you'd like to leave a message or comment on an issue, please press 1. If you'd like to hear office hours and locations, please press 2. If you'd like to speak with a staff member, please press 3. Press star to repeat the menu. Thank you for calling Senator Wyden's office. How can I help you?
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering what were the bills that Senator Wyden was currently working on to fight climate change. Like, what's his priority now for bills to fight climate change?
Yeah. Well, first, thanks for calling and reaching out about this. I will go ahead and pass along some of his more recent statements and bills, but also can I direct you to the website for more
like information and a deeper dive, it's just wyden.senate.gov/issues is a good place to start.
Okay.
But yeah, if you go ahead and check out congress.gov, and then the senator's recent legislation for the 117th Congress, I can go ahead and just pull up some of his more recent introductions. 1 second, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I know he's where he stands on climate change, but I just wanted to know specifically what he was working on. I wasn't sure, so. Did they hang up on me? Okay, well, I'll call right back.
Hello, this is Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, and it is an honor to represent you in Washington, D.C.
I scared her. She seems so nice. I think she got mad. They're calling the police now. Now they're not answering. Okay, well, is this going to ring forever? All right, that's weird. Okay, I'm just going to take a note of it. That sucked. I was kind of hoping for something more productive than that. So spoke briefly with staff member about climate change. They were looking up information when we got disconnected. I called back, but they were not answering. So yeah, that was a little frustrating. But I guess it's better than a voicemail. At least a human being heard me, which is a lot of times, the more people you can just put information in their ears. We got disconnected. Yeah, maybe she hung up on me. I don't know. Okay, we've also got Jeff Merkley from Oregon. I know less about him. Also know that he's a pretty progressive dude. He's pretty left-leaning. Potential candidate for president. I didn't know that. He has been in politics for a long time. Also, since 2009 in the Senate. I know that he's been a big advocate for legislation that also fights climate change, but also helps people affected by it. So let's just see. I'll have the same question for him that I did for Wyden, since that's what some folks from Oregon were wanting to hear. So. Who will pick up? No kidding, right?
Greetings. This is Senator Jeff Merkley. Thank you for contacting me in the Washington, D.C. office. Please leave a message after the tone. Or if you're calling to share your views on an issue, you can also go to my website to send a message, www.merkley.senate.gov. I appreciate your taking the time to contact my office. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hello, Senator let me start again. Hello, Senator Merkley. This is Matt Beat calling. I'm actually from Kansas, but I wanted to bring to your attention something that all of us Americans, not just your constituents at Oregon, are thinking about, and that's climate change. I was wondering what bills you were currently working on to fight climate change or to deal with the effects of it to help ordinary Americans like myself. So if you could please let me know, my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. I look forward to your response, and thank you for serving our country in the Senate. Yeah, I agree with you, Victor. Strongly agree with you. I am going to Washington, D.C. in March, so I will be back there. And I was there last July, so I'm going with a group of students for a, it's one of those tour like companies that they plan everything out. So I don't really have much flexibility, but it'd be kind of cool to do a meetup. So yeah, another voicemail for Senator Merkley from Oregon. I imagine a lot of staffers are still at lunch, but we'll see if this keeps up. Now we're up to Pennsylvania, which is it's another state similar to Ohio, and maybe there's only 2 states, or maybe 3 or 4. I don't remember, but where you have one Democratic one Democratic senator, and one Republican senator. And so we had some questions. I kind of like last time we had a bunch. We had someone bring up, what are you doing for rural Appalachia, however you want to say it. I would like to ask them maybe like, what about a bill that you're both working on currently? As that's kind of symbolic, right? Bipartisan, like working together. Just a little background on the 2 senators. I mean, shoot. Bob Casey Jr., he's been around. His dad was also, he was in politics, a governor of Pennsylvania. So he followed in his father's footsteps. He's been in the Senate since 2007, so he's been around for a while. He's the one who took Rick Santorum's place when he first entered the Senate. As far as his political positions, I think he's fairly moderate. I'm not, if I remember correctly. Overall, I don't know. Let's see what you had for. Let's see what you had for questions. I think somebody in the responding on my other video, the pinned comment. Let's see here. Trying to find it. Toomey and Casey about the MORE Act, or reintroducing it. Yeah, let's Google that one again, MORE Act. Oh, that's the marijuana one. And we had another person who was asking about it decriminalizes marijuana. Yeah. So this one was introduced 2.5 years ago, it looks like, in the House. But there's an updated one. Introduced last year. Yeah, let's just let's maybe bring this up, I guess. Okay. Got somebody else from Tennessee here. Minimum wage. Okay. Yeah, minimum wage is kind of a joke. $7.25 is not nearly enough. Way below living wage. Okay. We're calling Senator Casey first of Pennsylvania.
Hello, this is United States Senator Bob Casey. Thank you for calling my office in Washington, D.C.
Your call is very important to me. If you'd like to leave a message or comment on an issue, please press 1 now. If you need assistance from a member of my staff, please press 2. Thank you again for calling. It's my privilege to serve you in the United States. Thank you for taking the time to call today. Due to a period of high call volume, no one is available to take your call at the moment. Please leave a detailed message at the tone, including your name, phone number, and email address, and someone on my staff will get back to you as soon as possible. I apologize for this inconvenience.
Hello, Senator. Senator Casey, I would like to show my support for the MORE Act, and hopefully that is something that can pass in the Senate. And you can work especially with your Republican colleague from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey. But if just in general, though, it'd be cool to see that you and Senator Toomey work together on some kind of bipartisan bill, especially dealing with voting rights, especially with at least parts of the Freedom to Vote Act that unfortunately died. But I would like to hear back with regard to that. My name is Matt Beat, and if you could email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's iamRBEAT@gmail.com. I'd appreciate hearing back from you, and thank you for your service. All right, so another voice message there for Senator Casey. A lot of those lately. We'll see what happens with Senator Toomey. Senator Toomey is the Republican, like I said, a restaurant owner before he was then he was a currency trader. I didn't know that. Then he got into politics. He's been in the Senate since 2011 and the House before that. So he's been in D.C. for many, many years. He's not running for re-election, though, so I had one of his constituents actually ask if he was willing to endorse anyone to fill his seat. We do know there's already a high-profile person running to replace him, and that would be Dr. Oz. So that's a little interesting there. But let's go ahead and give him a call. Mrs. Beats she's like still going. Yeah. I'll ask him that.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of United States Senator Pat Toomey. If you are calling regarding a passport emergency, please call our Allentown office for assistance. This office is open Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you are calling during business hours and have received this message, we are currently assisting other constituents. Please leave a brief message after the tone. You will find information or can email comments to Senator Toomey by visiting toomey.senate.gov and selecting the Contact tab. If you are a member of the media, please email press@toomey.senate.gov. Thank you and have a good day.
Yes, that's me. Hello, Senator Toomey. First of all, I was wondering if you're willing to endorse anyone to fill your seat after you retire. But also, I wanted to bring to your attention the plight of American Samoans who are not granted automatic U.S. citizenship, unlike all the other inhabited territories. And I was wondering if that was something you could look at, citizenship for American Samoans. I would appreciate to hear back from you. My name is Matt Beat, and my email is iamMrBeat at gmail.com. So that is iamMrBeat at gmail. Thank you in advance for responding, and thank you for your service. I know a lot of you are tired of me saying the same thing. Another thing you noticed that was an example, but I heard it in other senators' voicemail greetings is passport help. Like people forget that you can call your senator or your representative if you're having issues with a passport, like you're stuck in somewhere and you can't get back into the United States. That's one way to like get help is to call your representative in Congress, either senator or in the House. So with Toomey, left a voice message again. Didn't even have the option to talk to a staffer. And I haven't got that option much lately. We started off so promising today with talking to a lot of staffers, but lately it's been more voicemails. And my assumption again is that it's probably the fact that a lot of these folks are at lunch. That's what my press one. Well, I didn't. Was that an option? I didn't hear the option. I must have missed it. Okay, well, I'll try not to. So we got Senator Reed coming up. That's interesting. I want to stick to policies, though. I want to stick to bills, preferably, mostly. Now, with Rhode Island, we've got 2 Democratic senators, of course. It's a reliably Democratic state. We've got, let's look at Jack Reed here. He's been in the Senate for a long time, since 1997. Ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee up until last year. He was in the House of Representatives before that and state government before that since the 80s. Don't know a whole lot about him as far as political positions. I think he's okay. Voted in a similar manner to other New England Democrats, holding generally liberal positions on social and economic issues. He has voted with his party 94.7% of the time. Okay. Let me double check. Is anyone from Rhode Island in the chat? Let's check this. Okay, thanks for bringing that to my attention. A lot of Texas requests. Coastal Habitat Conservation Act. Even if I don't get to ask these, at least they're being brought to attention for other folks. So that's still good. As far as what I'm going to ask Jack, Senator Reed, I think I'm going to bring the Freedom to Vote Act because I haven't heard anything else pressing. So even though I know he supported it. $4642.
Senator Reed's office.
Hello. I was wondering if Senator Reed could still consider looking at bringing up some of the good parts of the Freedom to Vote Act. I know the bill died, but if we could, I'm just calling in support of the Freedom to Vote Act, basically, and I wanted to let him know that.
Okay, sir. I can certainly pass your message along to the senator.
Thank you.
Can I have your contact info, please?
Yes, it is. Well, my name is Matt Beat. It's B-E-A-T, like beat a drum. And my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
Okay, sounds good. I can certainly pass this along.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I know the bill died, but there's a lot there that even Republicans could get excited about. So I was hoping that they could take the parts that everybody agreed on and get something passed to protect voting.
Okay, sure. I can definitely include that in the message.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye.
Take care.
Okay, well, at least they promptly answered. I was getting so many voicemails, it was discouraging. So a staffer for Senator Reed promptly answered, and I told them about my support. for the Freedom to Vote Act. My vibes for that call was that he wasn't going to relay that message. Let's be honest. That's okay. All right. Now we're up to Senator Whitehouse. That's actually his name. I'm familiar with him. He's also been around in the Senate for a while. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse since 2007 in the Senate, in state politics before that. And he's, what did he do before he was in politics? He was, oh, look at that, a lawyer. No kidding. As far as positions, he's against DC statehood. That's interesting. I think he's fairly moderate overall. Oh, he's a staunch critic of so-called dark money. Good for him on that. All right, let's ask him again also about the Freedom to Vote Act.
The White House's office.
Yeah, I would like to bring to Senator Whitehouse's attention, like the how much we all want the Freedom to Vote Act to pass. And I know the bill died, but if it could be revisited and revived, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to pass it on to the senator. I'm sure you know that he's a co-sponsor of the bill, and he's definitely working hard to get it passed.
Yes, yeah. And I do know, I've been told that there's Republicans and Democrats working together to like take parts of it and release it in a new bill. Is that right? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure. I know there is talks across the aisle to get certain provisions of the bill passed, but I'm certainly happy to pass along any message you might have.
Okay, yeah, just pass along my support for the Freedom to Vote Act overall. I think it's a good bill, and it's a shame that it was not even brought for a vote.
Of course, I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
No problem. You have a good one.
All right, you too. Bye. Well, they didn't get my contact information, but they did answer right away. So similar situation. We're moving along a little bit quicker this time. Did not get my contact info. Rhode Island. All right. Both 2 for 2 for answering for staffers. Oh, we're up to Lindsey Graham and then Tim Scott. Lindsey Graham is an interesting senator. I think he's one of those guys who's he's actually more honest than people give him credit for, but that doesn't mean he's more likable. A lot of times when he's telling the truth, he's like making them look worse. But he's one of the most visible senators in there in DC. Always very welcoming to the press and always talking to the press, leading many hearings. He's been, since 2003, he's been in the Senate. He's been in politics at the federal level, going back to 1993. So he at first was very critical of President Trump. I remember that very well. And then all of a sudden, like, he became a big defender of him. People forget that he actually ran for president, before the 2016 Republican primaries. So that's another way he's been very visible. So he's also been a very influential in committees as far as getting bills through. I know I had some questions for him. We're up to Tom Ritchie's state. About whether race or gender should be a primary consideration. Okay, he wants me to ask that for Senator Scott. I don't know. What did he mean by that, though? I'm not. Okay, somebody says infrastructure sucks there. It does in Kansas too, let me tell you. Did he vote for the infrastructure bill? I don't think he did. Did he? Oh, he did. He did. Good for him. Yeah, I mean, he's historically been fairly bipartisan. Now, some of his rhetoric, not so much in recent years, but okay. Well, let's go with the Freedom to Vote Act, I think, because I haven't found a good, unless I find something good here in the pinned comment responses. Okay. Also, I feel bad I didn't respond to. I haven't said anything about minimum wage yet, so maybe I should do that instead. Even though I disagree with it, like even having a minimum wage. Again, I think there should be universal basic income. I think that would make much more sense. But anyway, let's go ahead and I don't know. I feel like a minimum wage question might be better for a Democrat. So let's stick to my original plan. So we're going to ask Senator Graham about the Freedom to Vote Act.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Constituents wishing to share their thoughts with Senator Graham about current events as well as legislation before the U.S. Senate, please do so by pressing 1. If you are calling because you need help resolving a problem you are having with a federal agency or having an emergency casework issue like a lost or stolen passport, or need information on other constituent services like grants, tour services, flag program, and internships, service academies, press 2. Thank you for calling the...
Okay.
Please leave your message for Senator Graham regarding current events as well as legislation before the U.S. Senate.
Hello, Senator Graham. This is Matt Beat calling from Kansas, but I have friends and viewers of my YouTube channel that live in South Carolina and want to know about where you stand on the Kelly Ossoff stock trading bill, and we ask that you support it. So if you could please let me know. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. And I look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. I'm seeing some folks talk about the FAST Act, and I'm going to have to Google that one too. FAST Act, huh? So many bills that we don't know about. Fixing America's Service Transportation Act. Okay. It's been around since 2015. Wow. All right, so left a voice message for Senator Graham. A pity. Now we're up to Senator Scott, and I've had other people say that, federal funds for green energy. I know what he's going to say on that. He doesn't want it. And I think Scott's going to say race or gender should not be a primary consideration, to be honest. So we'll go with the Freedom to Vote Act, I think. Sorry, everyone. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's universal basic income isn't perfect. That's the biggest con. But the pros outweigh the cons. I highly recommend you watch my, not mine, but a video that was made by Kyrgyzstan in a nutshell about universal basic income to get kind of a balanced perspective of universal basic income. All right, Tim Scott, actually one of my favorite senators. He's a good man. He Used to be a financial advisor and an insurance before he got into politics. He's been a senator since 2013. He's one of 11 African Americans to ever served in the U.S. Senate, which is kind of embarrassing, to be honest, that so few. But he's the first one from South Carolina, so I wanted to bring that up. Wow, yeah. Okay, so he's pretty reliably conservative. I think as far as there were some views he had that were a little bit different, I think, but I'm trying to remember. He's always been more of like a small government type guy. And pretty consistent, like not one of those hypocrites, except for military spending, of course, which most of them are hypocritical on. A house in Tennessee 10 years ago that cost $80,000 is $200,000. Oh, okay, all right. That's fair, yeah. Okay, I'm bringing up the Freedom to Vote Act to Senator Scott here.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Tim Scott, proudly serving the great state of South Carolina. Our office hours are 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m., Monday through Friday. Please leave your name, phone number, and a brief message, and we will return your call as soon as possible. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day.
Hello, my name is Matt Beat, and I would like to bring up to Senator Scott the Freedom to Vote Act, which I know the bill died, but I would like to see at least parts of it revived. I think it's a good bill. I think there's something in there for both Republicans and Democrats, but most of us who are independents would love it. For example, like making Election Day a federal holiday, just making it easier for Americans to vote. So if you could please consider that, I would like to hear your thoughts on the Freedom to Vote Act or bringing parts of it back. Again, my name is Matt Beat. If you could email me at iamrbeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. I'm leaving a lot more voice messages lately. We're up to South Dakota. And Mike Rounds. Hello, Preston Brooks. So we've got two senators that I'm not very familiar with. I think their governor is much more high profile in South Dakota than their senators. It says here he was a former businessman. He's a junior senator. It looks like he's been there since 2015. As far as his political positions, let's go ahead and look down here. He opposed the First Step Act as well. Dang, that sucks. Pretty conservative, pretty far to the right, I think. All right, so anybody from South Dakota in the chat? Probably not. It's a small state. I was just up there, by the way, a few weeks ago. All right, we're going to give Mike Rounds a call about the Freedom to Vote Act then.
Hi, this is Senator Mike Rounds. Thanks for calling our Washington, D.C. office. I'm sorry we're unable to get to the phone right now. Please leave your name, phone number, mailing address, and an email along with your message. I appreciate you taking the time to contact me. Please have a very nice day. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Rounds. This is Matt Beat, and I'm just calling to express my support of the Freedom to Vote Act. I know the bill died and many Republicans didn't support it, but I think that there are parts of it that the Republican Party can really get behind overall that are popular with all Americans. And I think you should at least reconsider reviving parts of the bill, so the Freedom to Vote Act. So if you could please let me know where you stand on this possibility, I would appreciate that. Again, my name is Matt Beat, and my email, if you want to reach out, is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I look forward to your response, and thank you for serving in the Senate. Another voice message. Okay. Now lunchtime should be over in DC. Published to the web. Will I still be able to edit it? I'll publish it afterwards. Okay, so a lot of people are viewing this document. That's good. We are up to John Toon. I believe it's Toon. It's not Thune, right?
John Thune.
Oh, it is Thune. Good thing I asked on
John
that.
Thune.
Okay. So we're going to call him up. John Thune is a Republican, of course. South Dakota is a very red state. John Thune is, he was in the railroad industry before getting into politics, also a nonprofit organization executive. This is what he looks like. Looks like he's been in the Senate since 2005, so been there for a while. And he's the minority whip. That's the other thing I need to bring up about him. Since 2020. So minority whip is like the second highest position, right? Wait. Yeah, after Mitch MCConnell. Okay. As far as like, how influential you are in the Senate. So he's a pretty influential guy in the Senate. And I think he should hear about my Freedom to Vote Act support also. Okay, let's go for it. Literally no senator is going to answer. Yeah, but what does that tell you, Ben? What does that tell you? Okay, and hopefully you share this live stream with your senators as well. Okay. Ask them about the homeless crisis occurring in the city of Newark. I mean, something also to keep perspective of, Alex, is that the homelessness crisis is everywhere. You can't escape it. It's going on all over the country. Very few. It's not as bad in the Midwest or parts of the northern parts of the country because of the weather being so bad, and so you don't see it. It's not as visible. But this is a nationwide crisis. The homelessness crisis is nationwide. So I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to bring up to your senators because they worry about national issues and not just their state, but national issues that affect their state, obviously. All right. Senator Thune, here we go. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom again here after South Dakota.
Hi, this is Senator John Thune. Thank you for calling my office. If you would like to leave me a message, please press 1. If you would like to hear general information about office locations and services, please press 2. If you'd like to speak to a member of my staff, please press 3. Hi, this is Senator John Thune. We are currently unavailable to answer your call. Please leave a detailed message containing your name, address, and phone number or email address where we can reach you. I appreciate you calling. We will get back to you as soon as possible.
All right. This is Matt Beat, and I'm calling Senator Thune to express my passionate support for the Freedom to Vote Act, and I think that he should reconsider that bill, at least parts of it, especially the parts that are really popular with most Americans, including his constituents in South Dakota. So if he could share his thoughts with me on revisiting parts of the Freedom to Vote Act, I would appreciate that. Again, my name is Matt Beat, and you can reach me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you for actually responding, and thank you for your service. All right. Yes, that's it's been more and more voice messages lately. It's kind of getting old at this point. They should all be there. Where are they all at? Back for lunch now, right? Yeah, you can, right? Becoming more and more cynical. So we are up to Tennessee, which I had quite a few viewers from Tennessee. So Marcia Blackburn and Bill Haggerty, I do need to go back to the bathroom and refill my drink, caffeine. So I'm going to take another 4-5 minute break here. So if you're from Tennessee, I want to hear from you. I'm losing viewers because they don't want to stare at a chair. Don't blame you. Okay, well, we're back. We're to Tennessee. If you're just now joining me, I've been doing this now for over 3 hours today and over 6 hours last Thursday. So a total of 9 hours and 9.5 hours at this point, calling every single U.S. senator in the country The vast majority of them have been staffers that have called, and then the rest were voicemails. I have yet to actually talk to a senator. It would be great if one of the senators would actually pick up just for the fun of it. But you like the chair, did you? We've been going in order alphabetically. I've grown more and more cynical as this has gone by. I haven't heard back from any of them, other than getting signed up on Rand Paul's mailing list. She's a very conservative senator, Marsha Blackburn. She's been there since 2019, and the House of Representatives before that for many, many years, going back to the 90s. So she's in the music industry a little while. She's born in Mississippi, but I believe most of her life she's been a proud Tennessean. Her and Taylor Swift got into a bit of a back and forth off and on for a few years. A lot of you are wanting me to ask her about minimum wage, so I guess I'll bring that up. Also had, what was it? Somebody else was getting a lot of, what was it about? Tennessee. Okay, well, if there's anybody in the chat from Tennessee, wonderful state, by the way. I love Tennessee. All right, well, let's do this. Let's call Senator Blackburn and ask her about raising the minimum wage. Even though, if personally, I'm not sure. I mean, it's more of a Band-Aid. Okay, it's going to help, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Oh, it's just somebody answer is the main thing.
Thank you for contacting the office of Senator Marsha Blackburn. Your call is important to us.
It is?
Please leave your name, contact information, where you are calling from, and a detailed message. Urgent casework matters will be handled accordingly. All other calls will be returned as soon as possible.
Really?
You can also leave us a message through our website at www.blackburn.senate.gov. Thank you for the opportunity to assist you.
Well, thank you for the assisting me. I'm glad that you had the opportunity. This message is for Senator Blackburn. Her constituents are really wanting an increase in the federal minimum wage. $7.25 is not enough to live off of in Nashville, Tennessee these days, and they could benefit greatly from it. So they're calling for a minimum wage increase to match a living wage. So I was wondering what your thoughts were on that, Senator Blackburn. If you could please let me know. My name is Matt Beat, and my email, if you can respond via email, is IamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Thank you in advance for responding and for your time, and thank you for your service. Left a voice message again for Senator Blackburn, not even given an opportunity to talk to a staffer. Now we're up to Bill Haggerty. I'll bring up the same issue, especially since Senator Blackburn didn't answer. So I don't know much about Senator Haggerty. Looks like he's been in the Senate since just a year, 2021. He was in the Trump administration as a U.S. ambassador to Japan. Oh, he took the Lamar Alexander spot. Okay, yeah. All right. As far as where he stands politically, I don't really know much. Anybody in the chat, feel free to fill us in. The situation in Canada with the truckers and the Quebec curfews, maybe Ted Cruz. Thank you for the stream. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. That's a fascinating thing that's been going on up there. His views have been characterized as populist and in line with Trump's political views. Okay. All right. So let's ask him about minimum wage, I guess. Did I miss any other? Oh, thank you, Joseph Stalin. All right. Calling Senator Hagerty, who represents the great state of Tennessee. I don't know.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling Senator Hagerty's office. How may I help you?
Yeah, I'm just calling to express support on behalf of Senator Hagerty's constituents in Tennessee for an increase of the minimum wage.
Yes, sir. Well, I can certainly pass that message along to the senator. May I get your information?
Sure. My name is Matt Beat. That's B-E-A-T.
Yes, sir. And a good email for you?
Yeah, I am Mr. Beat at gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT at gmail.
Yes, sir. I can let you know that the senator has not released an official statement regarding the minimum wage, but all of our official statements will be released on our website, which is hagerty.senate.gov.
Okay. All right. Well, there's a lot of folks in Tennessee that really would like to see it increase, especially since inflation, so.
Yes, sir. Well, like I said, I will be sure to pass that message along.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye. Very nice. Good to talk to a person again. Spoke to a staffer about support for increasing the federal minimum wage. And they took down my contact information. We'll see if we hear back. We probably won't, but at least we tried. And you should too, which is why we're doing this. Now we're up to Texas. So many of you are from Texas because some of you live in Texas because so many people live in Texas, period, because it's a huge state. And it's like the fastest growing state. It's ridiculous, or one of the fastest growing after maybe Idaho. So, and Utah, strangely. So we have one really high profile senator, and that'd be Ted Cruz with his wonderful beard, but also a very controversial senator. He ran for president, of course. He was like in 2016, he was second place behind Donald Trump. Like he had a good shot of getting the nomination. And then, he talked a lot of trash about Trump, but eventually came around kind of. But he's somebody who often will just say whatever he thinks people want to hear. So I don't know if he really stands for very much. He's kind of one of those slimy politician types. Although, like at times, he's been, he's had some. I would say he's been a true leader in the Senate, like calling for things that many people wanted, but nobody would say it. Especially early on when he was in the Senate. I mean, he's been there since 2013. He kind of came in as part of the Tea Party movement, and I remember his filibusters, and he used to be a fairly principled guy. Over time, though, I found that he's just been like, okay, whatever people want to hear, I'm going to say. Of course, last year he got in some trouble because during a big winter storm in Texas, which was supposed to be another one here, part of the storm that's hitting Kansas, he went to Cancun, and so he got the nickname Cancun Ted or something like that. So he also objected to the certification of Joe Biden's victory, saying the election was possibly stolen for Trump. Very reliably conservative. Oh, nice. I don't remember what your question was. I got a lot of questions for Texas. Let's see what I have here. So I wrote down Coastal Habitat Conservation Act. A lot of people were wanting to hear about the power grid and the situation with that. That's a more state legislation issue, though. So I don't know if I should bring that up for what he does in the Senate at the federal level. Looking at this, somebody asked about Roe v. Wade. There was another one. There were jokes about him as well. So it's stuff I'm probably not going to bring up. What was the other one? I don't remember. I'm probably going to bring up... I don't know. I mean, I have my friend Chris who lives in the Austin area. What did he say too? He had one that was, I forgot. My mind is blanking here, but remind me what your question was, Citizen Wayne. Remind me what your question was, because I don't remember what it was. I don't want to miss it. Okay, a lot of people are wanting the power grid. All right. Texas is a big one here. This is a Cancun Cruise. That's the nickname I was looking for. Cancun Cruise. Maybe I should just ask about climate change. Like, there was the infrastructure bill too that he voted against, right? Let me see. Yeah, they both voted against it. So maybe I'll just bring that up, because that would have given Texas some help. They need some help, right? All right, let's do that. We're going to call Senator Ted Cruz here. If he answers. Oh.
Hi, this is Ted Cruz. Thank you for calling my Washington, D.C. office. It is an honor and privilege to serve the great state of Texas as your United States Senator, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts and your comments. To leave a message for me about current issues or legislation, please press 1. For information regarding our office address and hours, please press 2. For instructions on how to submit a scheduling request, please press 3. To speak to a member of my staff, please press 0. And to repeat this message,
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Ted Cruz. At this time, we are receiving high call volume, and all available members of our staff are on another line. Please leave us a message and include your name, zip code, and email address. Thank you, and have a great day.
Hello, Senator Cruz. This is Matt Beat, and I was wondering why you voted against the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I know you give public statements, but it didn't seem very satisfying to me, considering the infrastructure needs of Texas. So if you could please give me a response, if there's something else that's in the works to help the infrastructure of Texas, which is a a state that's growing so fast that I'm really worried about its infrastructure keeping up with the growing population, and especially with, the increasing storms we've been seeing due to climate change. So if you can not call me, but email me at iamrbeat@gmail.com. And that's iamrbeat@gmail.com. And I'd love to hear a response. Thanks for growing the beard. I know you grew it because of my Why Don't Politicians Have Beards video. So I appreciate you watching that and growing the beard because of that. But I look forward to hearing back from you. Thank you for your service. You didn't see that last part coming, did you? Me sneaking that in there. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you heard on there I could have scheduled something with him. Some of these senators that you call, you can schedule something. At the very least, like schedule like a tour if you're visiting DC, which I was hoping to do it's been harder ever since the Capitol riots and also with the pandemic. But something that used to be a lot easier. You could just call your senator or representative and they could say, hey, yeah, I can show you around a little bit in the Capitol building and, at least show you my office and give you a little tour. Anyway, so that was Ted Cruz left a voice message, unfortunately. Maybe he got mad because I called him Cancun Cruz. We've got Senator Cornyn as well that voted against the infrastructure bill. Briefly, let's look at him. I'm also very familiar with him. He's been in the Senate since 2002. He's been Senate Majority Whip in the past, Senate Minority Whip before that. Going back to the 90s, he was in Texas politics at the state level. He was a judge, originally from the Houston area. He's been around for a while as well. So I'm wondering how much longer he'll be in the Senate. I'm going to bring up the infrastructure bill as well. A lot of voicemails today. I know. Well, let's see okay, you said support for funding public housing in an effort to reduce homelessness. Ooh, I like that one. I really do like that one. Okay, I'm calling an audible here. Let's do that one. Calling Senator John Cornyn, representing the beautiful state of Texas.
Hello, this is Senator John Cornyn. Thanks for calling my Washington, D.C. office. For general information regarding my office locations and operating hours, please press 1. To leave a comment regarding current issues of interest, please press 2. If you'd like to speak directly with a member of my staff, please press 3. To hear this message again, please...
Let's try it.
Hi, this is Senator John Cornyn. Thank you for calling my Washington, D.C. office, which is open between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday.
That's now.
If you're hearing this message during those hours, unfortunately, all of our lines are busy due to high call volume. I appreciate your patience and hope you'll try again during regular business hours, or you can contact my Texas office in your region. Please visit my website at cornyn.senate.gov for office locations and contact information in Texas. If you're calling for assistance with a passport or a federal agency, please contact my Dallas office at 972-239-1310. That's 972-239-1310. To leave a message for me or a member of my staff, please stay on the line. Thank you very much, and we look forward to addressing your concerns.
Hello, Senator Cornyn. This is Matt Beat calling about public housing. You've had constituents that are friends of mine or viewers of my YouTube channel that are concerned about the homelessness crisis throughout Texas, and we were wondering if you would be willing to expand federal funding for public housing in order to fight that, or to help the homeless population in Texas. So if you could please let me know your thoughts on that. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. And why don't you grow a beard too? Okay. So left a voice message. That's too bad for Texas. But Utah has two two senators that I like. I like both of them. Yeah, they're both Republicans. Mike Lee, he's also similar to Rand Paul, one of the most libertarian members of Congress. And then, of course, Mitt Romney is the other one who's very well known. Almost became president. 2012, he ran against Obama when Obama sought re-election. Let's look at Mike Lee first here, though. He's been in there since the Tea Party days, Tea Party movement. 2011 is when he first assumed office. To just not. In all serious, he hasn't used his leverage to help West Virginians, but just as donors, which is frustrating considering Robert Byrd did so much for us. Interesting. Yeah. Don't you think rising immigration has something to do with the housing crisis we're seeing today? Why or why not? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, of course. You can't separate the two. But it's also wealth inequality. I think, it's just there's less opportunities for people, and a lot of people are turning to drugs, and they're not as functional as they should be. So that they need help. Yeah. Okay, so for Senator Lee, he's somebody who knows his Constitution. He's somebody who it kind of is more of an academic, really. I don't think people realize that about him. He knows his stuff, but he's also a bit ideological, which can be problematic for me. I think we did have some folks from Utah. They said, can you ask both senators about protecting southern Utah? And it's SUWA is the name of the project, which I was meaning to Google. Wait, what was it? SU. Let me just Google that. The Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance. So I think I'm going to bring this up to Senator Lee, especially since it's more obscure and it's more specific to Utah. So yeah, I'm just going to ask their thoughts on protecting Southern Utah. Okay, what was your what was your super chat for Mike Lee? I don't remember. If you could comment again real quick, I'll check the comments here. Come on, David. What's your question? Huh. I don't know anything about that. I don't know if I want to go there, honestly. Okay. Climate change. Okay. I wrote it down somewhere. Yeah, I'll go. Okay, I can do that. It's related to the increasing wildfires that are going on there. Let's do that. Okay. So we're calling Senator Mike Lee.
Hi, you reached Senator Mike Lee's office. We're sorry our staff is unable to answer your call at this time. Please do leave a message, and we will try and respond to your call as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Lee. This is Matt Beat, calling on behalf of your constituents in Utah, and I was wondering what bills or policies you're in favor of in terms of trying to fight climate change and in particular deal with the increasing wildfires we're seeing in Utah. Also, while we're at it, might as well ask how you feel about SUWA, the Southern Utah Wilderness Alliance. So I'd love to hear back from you. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail. And I look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. Didn't even have an option to talk to a staffer there for Senator Lee, unfortunately, but another voice message, and these have been more common here. We had such a good start earlier. Now we're up to Mitt Romney. And if you don't know who Mitt Romney is, oh, you haven't been paying attention, have you? He's become a more moderate Republican, and well, during the Trump years he did. Before he was now back in the day, people forget, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, he was governor of Massachusetts. His dad is George Romney, who was governor of Michigan and also a presidential candidate at one point. Awesome dude. One of my favorite governors in American history, actually. Mitt Romney is well known as like the first Mormon to actually almost become president. After moving away from Massachusetts, ended up in Utah, and then that's when he decided to become a senator. This was not until 2019 that he actually assumed office. So many people think he's been around longer in the Senate, but he's only been there for 3 years. Spoke out against President Trump, was only one of 6 other Republicans voting to convict Trump in his second impeachment trial, and the only Republican senator to vote to convict Trump in his first impeachment trial. And I mean, he's still a fairly conservative guy. Don't get me wrong. Just because he was speaking out against Trump doesn't mean he was not. I mean, he voted with Trump on most issues most of the time. He just mostly had character issues with the former president. So I think, yeah, see, there you go. You guys know the George Romney love. See, it's what's up. Business person before. He was born into some wealth though, so that kind of helps. But as far as he ran for senator in 1994. I forgot about that. Wow, look at him. Look at this picture. Wow. He's always been this squeaky clean type of. That's always been the perception of him. Okay, so wow, there's a lot here. I forget. So he's trying to find how often he's voted with the party line. This is a little story about him being heckled and harassed at the airport on his way to Washington, D.C. to certify Joe Biden's election win. Yeah. Attacked by Trump supporters for not backing Trump's unverified conspiracy theories regarding inconsistencies in the election. Okay, so yeah, I mean, he's still a fairly conservative guy. I wouldn't call him moderate even, pretty to the right. I'm going to bring up also with the same thing I brought up to Senator Lee, I guess. Actually, since I already brought that up to Senator Lee, I think I'm going to go back to the Freedom to Vote Act because I'm curious to see what Romney thinks about that. So.
Hello. Thank you for calling Senator Mitt Romney's Washington, D.C. office. If you would like to leave a comment about an issue, please press 1. If you have a scheduling request, please press 2. If you are a member of the press, please press 3. If you would like information on tours or purchasing flags flown over the Capitol, please press 4. If you need to speak with a member of our office, please press 5.
A lot of options here.
To hear these options again, please press the...
Hello, this is Senator Romney's office. Can I take your comment?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Matt Beat, and I'm just calling to support the Freedom to Vote Act and seeing if I know that Senator Romney was not for the bill and it died, but I was wondering if he could revisit parts of it that are appealing to the vast majority of Americans, not just constituents in the state. So, like, for example, the making Election Day a federal holiday.
Well, Matt, it's certainly good to hear from you, and I'm happy to pass your comments along to the senator. Could I get your name, zip code, and a good email address for you?
Yeah. So again, my name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T was the last name. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. IAMMRBEAT. Yep. And then my, did you need address or zip code or something?
An email address would be wonderful.
Oh, that was it.
And then the zip code.
Oh, zip code 66044.
Freedom to Vote Act onto the senator, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
All right, I appreciate that. You too. Thank you.
Have a good one.
All right. You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
That was really nice. Okay. Nice staffer. Took down my support for Freedom to Vote Act and got my contact information. Yeah, I mean, I'm at this point, I'm just happy to hear from humans, right? I've been leaving so many voicemails lately. Keep spreading the word because we're at Vermont. I'm still waiting for Bernard Sanders to answer. If anybody answered, I think it would be him, right? I was hoping that Mike Lee would actually answer. Or we still got Joe Manchin to come too, coming up. But yeah, we're at Vermont. I think something that really stood out to me, that's something more specific that was interesting, was got a lot of upvotes too on my pinned comment. We had a question about where to go. I'm really curious about Leahy and Sanders' thoughts on reopening the border and any plans to demilitarize our border with Canada in a post 9/11 world. Thought that was a good one. So we'll go for that because I already know where they stand on the voting rights bills. Wait, who's this? Oh, interesting. That sucks. I had no idea about this. Holy crap. Is this true, Frank? No, they haven't. Okay, let's go ahead and call. Oh, first of all, a little background on the senators. I already told you about Leahy in the first stream we did. But just to recap, Patrick Leahy he's been around the longest in the Senate. He's been in the Senate since 1975. He's retiring at the end of this year. But yeah, because of that, he's the president pro tempore of the U.S. Senate, the highest ranking. He was in there, like, he was in the first elected to Congress in the wave election of 1974 that was after the resignation by Richard Nixon. So if that tells you anything, so 7 years longer than I've been alive, he has been in the Senate. Oh man, is there anything else we should ask him? The Joker held the knife to Leahy's face? What? You're blowing my mind here. He has starred in 5 Batman movies. Wow. Fascinating stuff. Okay, sorry. Oh, that's right. He was attacked, one of the anthrax attacks after 9/11. Okay. Let's go ahead and ask him about the border crisis stuff, I guess. All right. The caffeine is still kicking in, so I'm feeling pretty good here for Vermont. 4-2. Calling Senator Leahy. I like that one.
Good afternoon, Senator Leahy's office.
Hi. I was wondering, I had a question, something I couldn't find publicly, but does Senator Leahy have strong opinions about the reopening of the border between the United States and Canada, and especially like long-term demilitarizing the border between the United States and Canada? Oh, are you there?
Unfortunately, I haven't had the opportunity to speak with the senator about that particular issue, but I can pass along any message or concerns you have about that issue.
Yeah, let's just do that. If you could pass that along, like it'd be nice if the border was long-term more open, and obviously with the pandemic right now, it's special circumstances, but okay. So yeah, thank you for passing that along.
Yeah, and can I get your name, sir?
Yeah, Matt Beat. It's B-E-A-T is the last name.
Great. And then your phone number?
Phone number, I don't want to give that publicly, but I can give you my email.
Okay, yeah. Your email works.
It's iamMrBeat@gmail.com. IAMMRBEAT @gmail.
Gmail.com. Okay, yep, I will pass that message along to the senator for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye.
He didn't sound like he's from Vermont, but I don't want to bring up the Batman stuff, but that is pretty cool though. Okay, so at least we're getting humans again. We're getting human beings answering instead of just leaving voicemails. So staffer answered, and took down my concerns for opening international border, Canada. Got my contact information. Traction, contact information. Okay. I'm struggling. So now we're up to Bernie Sanders, who is probably he's still the most popular senator in Congress, maybe the most well-known. Ran for president twice in 2016 and 2020. Surprised a lot of people. The fact that he almost defeated Hillary Clinton in the primaries, or for the nomination for the Democratic Party in the presidential election in 2016. He was right up there till the end against Joe Biden in 2020, but he definitely represents that wing of the Democratic Party that's more to the left, more progressive, more populist, more, I would say, for stronger safety nets. I think a lot of the times, the reason why I think he's so popular is that, he doesn't say stuff that's controversial. Like everything he says, generally, most Americans agree with him. Now, doesn't mean that his solutions aren't always the best, but I think a lot of people know that his heart's in the right place. So even if they disagree with his policies, they think he's a good dude. So I think that's what's unique about him. That's why I think he probably had a pretty good chance in the election as well. Even if Biden wasn't there and if Sanders got the nomination, I do think that Sanders would have had a good chance to, especially defeat Trump, because a lot of Trump supporters were also Bernie supporters. People forget this. Like millions even of Bernie supporters also supported Trump, even to this day, but especially in 2016. Anyway, you all know who he is. I don't know if that border thing is kind of boring. So anything else? Anyone from Vermont? Bernie knows the history of. Maybe I should bring up the ranked choice voting. Asking what progressives should do moving forward. Okay. I do this full time now, DGC. I'm a teacher online. Nuclear power is a source of carbon free. Oh yes, maybe he should reconsider nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power. I like that one. Let's do it. And it's specific. It's unique. Okay. Because we already know, we already know where he stands on almost everything. He's very transparent. He's a very public guy, Bernie Sanders. All right, here we go. Calling Bernard Sanders, the senator of Vermont.
Hello, you have reached Senator Sanders' official Senate office in Washington, D.C. During the coronavirus emergency, both Senator Sanders' Washington, D.C. and Vermont offices are teleworking and only open by phone and email. If you are a Vermonter calling to request assistance with a federal program or benefits or some other assistance, please speak slowly and clearly and leave your name and phone number, and a member of Senator Sanders' staff will contact you. If you prefer, you can request assistance at www.sanders.senate.gov/contact. If you would like to leave a legislative comment for Senator Sanders, please leave your comment along with your name, address, and phone number. If you intend to reach the Bernie Sanders campaign office, please hang up and call 802-862-1505, as our U.S. Senate office cannot accept any campaign-related calls. Thank you for contacting Senator Sanders' official Senate office.
Hello, Senator Sanders. This is Matt Beat calling from Kansas, and I was just wanting to see why you were not in favor of nuclear power as an option for a carbon-free energy source. Want to hear your thoughts on that. And yeah, if you could let me know via email. My email address is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Well, that was not the greeting I was expecting. Shout out to Mr. Lynch. We got some Mr. Lynch. Yeah. Okay. So didn't answer. Left a voicemail. I wonder if I've been leaving my wrong email address. Because I've been saying I am Mr. Beat and I am, and I think sometimes I say I am MRBEAT. Gosh dang. I hope I'm not doing that. Anyway. Yeah, that's a reasonable response to that. Yes, I do have a Patreon. If you just search I am Mr. Beat, it will pop up. Thank you, Nolan. All right, so it's too bad Bernie Sanders didn't answer. Now we're up to Virginia, and we're almost done here. We're almost to the W's, which means we're almost done. Okay, so we've got Senator Tim Kaine and Senator Mark Warner. Both are Democrats. Virginia is definitely, though, a swing state. They were leaning more like blue, but then they're recently just the Virginians just elected a Republican governor. Who's that? Did somebody call me back? A senator call me back? No. Okay. Oh, okay. So we're going to go with, I guess we'll let's look at Tim Kaine first. So if you don't remember, Tim Kaine was the running mate to Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election. He's somebody that I don't know if he would stand out otherwise. He's like, frankly, kind of a boring guy. No disrespect. I mean, nice guy. He actually has ties to Kansas, Overland Park, which is where I used to live. and Missouri from the Midwest, born in Minnesota, but moved out to Virginia, and he was governor of Virginia for a while, and he's been in the Senate since 2013. Kind of a quiet leader in the Senate, but I think a big reason why he was chosen to be the running mate for Hillary Clinton was because of his appeal in a swing state, because he's pretty popular in Virginia. All right. Well, at least he was. I don't know if I haven't seen the latest polls on that. As far as I think I did have some requests for Virginia. Earlier, somebody mentioned the Detour Act. I'm going to Google that again. I don't know much about that. Bipartisan. Looks like Warner was the one who introduced it, though. So let me actually look at the bill itself here. So this is fairly new development here. There's not a summary of it, though. A summary is in progress. Okay. Let's go here. GovTrack is a good site. Ask Senator Joe Manchin about the filibuster changes. Okay. I actually planned on it. I tweeted about this. So I think I'm going to do that. Senator Kane is interested in a high-speed rail line after being struck on I-95. Oh, I forgot about that. That's right. Okay, I'm going to wait for this for Warner. And yeah, I'll ask Senator Kane about the high-speed rail. Okay, let's do it.
Hi, this is Tim Kaine. Thanks for calling my Washington, D.C. office. If you'd like to share your thoughts with me on an issue before the Senate, please press 1 now to leave a voicemail. If you'd like to speak with a member of my staff about an issue, concern, or constituent service matter, please press 2. Thanks so much. Hi, this is Tim Kaine. Thanks for calling my Washington, D.C. office. If you'd like to share your thoughts with me on an issue before the Senate, please press 1 now to leave a voicemail.
That's it?
If you'd like to speak with a member of my staff about an issue, concern, or constituent service matter, please press 2. Thanks so much.
There we go. Sorry.
Senator Kane's office. Hold for a moment, please. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Put me on hold. I think I'm on hold. It's the first time I've been put on hold like this. Shout out to Mr. Ashlaw, social studies teacher at Waukegan High School. Okay, I don't hear anything. It says I'm still on the call. It's interesting, Maddox.
I'm so sorry to keep you holding. May I help you?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Senator Kane would be open to high-speed rail. I didn't know. I couldn't find anything publicly, and I was wanting to bring that to his attention.
Sure. I don't have a statement on that, sir, but I'd be happy to share your views with the senator on that. Also, through the senator's website, you could go and leave a message through his website, and our policy team could get information back to you that way. But I'm happy to share your views on the high-speed rails with the senator if you'd like to share that.
Yes, please, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Happy to.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
You support it, I assume.
Yes, I do support it. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure I'm giving him the right information. All right, you support the high-speed rails, and I will make sure the senator's aware of that. And I appreciate your call today. I know he appreciates you taking the time to call. And if you don't mind, if I could get your first name and your zip code.
Yeah. My name is Matt, and my zip code is 66044.
All right, Matt. Thank you so much for your call today. I'll make sure to share it with the senator.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You bet. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, a lot of people do that. Okay, so very nice. I was put on hold, but put on hold briefly, but then staffer was very nice. Back on and took down my support for federal funding for high-speed rail, which I think would, I mean, obviously it's private market. Markets cannot solve this right now. If you want to compete with China, got to invest in high-speed rail. And then got my basic information. Okay. So now we're up to Warner, and I'm going to bring up the Deceptive Experiences to Online Users Reduction Act. I was wondering, well, I've had viewers that are wondering. That's really what it is. The House of Representatives is too big? No, it's too small. Get out of here. Okay. So his support for that. So a little bit more information about Mark Warner. Also fairly moderate guy, I think, politically. He's been in the Senate since 2009. Second wealthiest member of Congress. He was a governor for many years, or a few years. Chair of the National Governors Association, and during that time, chair of the Democratic Party of Virginia in the 90s. What did he do before getting into politics? Okay, venture capitalist. So that's how he got his wealth. So let's go ahead and go with calling him about the Deceptive Experiences to Online Users Reduction Act. I think I'm entering this wrong. Hold on. 2023. There we go.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Mark Warner. If you would like to leave an opinion for the senator, please press 1. If you would like to speak with a member of the senator's staff, please press 2. If you have reached this message after business hours or on a holiday, please...
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator Warner's office. How may I help you?
Hi. I just wanted to find. I have. I'm actually. I live in Kansas, but I have friends that live in Virginia, and we're wondering about Warner's bill that had died, but hopefully he's bringing it back. It's called the Deceptive Experiences to Online Users Reduction Act, S1084, and I was wondering if. He's the one who introduced it. I was wondering if it was being revived at all or reworked at all.
Yes, sir.
well, I believe you're referring to the Detour Act.
Yes.
That was introduced last year in December. Senator Warner released a press statement on December 8th. I can read you his statement if you would like.
That's fine. I can. When did he release the statement, though?
He released the statement I would be reading you on December 8th, 2021.
Okay, I can look it up. I'm not going to make you read on that. But yeah, because I couldn't find anything about it. So thank you very much. But yeah, just was something that my friends were wanting to bring up as something that was important. So.
Of course, well, I can certainly flag for Senator Warner that constituents would like this bill to be revived if it's currently not being discussed in the Senate, and I will pass along those thoughts for sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course, thanks for calling, sir. Have a great rest of your day.
All right, you too. Okay, yeah, I was going to make her read a press release by Senator Warner there. But yeah, the Detour Act, it's privacy, a privacy bill. So it looks like it's let staffer know about support for Detour Act. They took down the support, or they said they would pass along support of bill to the senator. We'll see if they actually do that or not. All right, we're up to Washington, which is another two-party consent state. So we will make sure we know that they know we are live streaming. We've got two senators that are Democratic, of course. Washington is a very blue state. It's been that way for many, many years. Senator Patty Murray is a former educator. She's been in the Senate since 1993. Wow, I didn't realize it was that long. Wow. And if you look at going back, she was also in state government, going back to the 80s. So she's been in politics for a while. I'm assuming she's pretty far to the left politically, but I haven't really dug into her beliefs much. She did vote against going to Iraq during that war, so that good for her. Good on her for that. So I think I'll check. It looks like I didn't have anybody specifically in the super chats that were calling for anything for Washington. Let me check the pinned comment responses for Washington, because I don't remember seeing anything. Yeah, I think I might just bring. I know she supports the Freedom to Vote Act, so I think I'm gonna bring up ranked choice voting, because I don't think I've seen anything public about her. I'll double check though. Let's see, Patty Murray, Patty Murray, ranked choice voting. Okay, so she hasn't really made a public statement about it. So let's go ahead and go that route. All right, so calling Senator Murray of Washington. (2621).
Hello, this is Senator Patty Murray. Thank you for calling my office. It is an honor to represent you in the United States Senate. For information about my office locations and office hours, please press 1. If you are planning a visit to Washington, D.C. and would like information or assistance reserving public tours, or if you would like to RSVP for my weekly coffees with constituents, please press 2. If you would like to leave me a message with your thoughts on an issue that is important to you, please press 3.
Okay. I guess I have to leave a message.
Please leave a message at the tone.
Hello, Senator Murray. Two things that I wanted to bring up to you. Just wanted to see if what you're doing to secure funding for high-speed rail, but also I don't recall seeing any public statement from you about support for ranked choice voting. I think that's something that you should support. And also, oh yeah, while we're at it, Point Roberts. What's your thoughts about Point Roberts? So those are three things, I guess, that I would like to hear back from you on. My name is Matt Beat, and my email, if you could email me, is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. So love to hear your thoughts on those three things, and thank you for your service. Just threw a lot at her there in the message, but yeah, left a voice message for Senator Murray of Washington. Now we're up to Senator Cantwell of Washington. I think I'm familiar with her. She was in marketing before she got into politics. She is about my parents' age. Been in the Senate since 2001, so 21 years. Looks like she. Okay, anybody familiar with Senator Cantwell? Really want? Okay, let's look at her political views here. Okay, campaign finance reform. She voted for the Iraq War. Looks like she's she's pretty party line as far as voting with Democrats, though. We'll do. The Point Roberts thing is fascinating. Oh, somebody said term limits. You know, we hear a lot of a lot of support for term limits from both sides of the aisle, but we don't hear from all. Yeah, let's just bring that up. She's been there since 2001, so let's think about that. I'm going to bring up term limits. Okay. Okay, so Senator Cantwell.
Senator Cantwell's office. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I was just wanting to bring up term limits for Congress. I was wondering if Senator Cantwell was in support of that.
I don't believe she has a specific comment on that issue. If you'd like a written response back, you could go to our website if you'd like.
Okay.
So the website is cantwell.senate.gov. And then from there, there's a little contact section, a submenu, and there's share your thoughts.
Okay. So you're not taking down comments this way either, or?
I can take down comments, but if you want a response back,
Oh, okay.
it has to be the website. But I can, if you're supporting or against opposing, I can write that down if you'd like and pass it along.
Yeah, since I'm here, if you don't mind, I do support term limits, so if you could pass that along. And do you need any other information from me, or?
Yeah, could I get your zip code?
66044.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a nice one.
You too. Bye. All right, so that was the first one of all these, I think, where he's like telling me like you're going to have a better chance of a response if you actually go to the website here. So, you know, I told you at the very beginning of this stream, in part one, actually, that, you know, you have more of an effect calling and talking to people than just writing an email. You especially have more effect, more of an impact talking to them on the phone versus a social media response or post. But maybe for some of these, maybe, it depends on the senator, I guess, but maybe you will have at least an equal effect by going to their websites and filling out the forms. I don't know. I still think it's better to just talk. Like you're more likely to remember someone if you have a conversation with them as opposed to just reading an email by them. So I'm hoping that you're seeing that this is not, that this is more productive. But anyway, we spoke briefly with staffer, and they directed us to website to get a guaranteed response from the senator, but still took down our support, or my support, I should say, for congressional term limits. Okay. We are now up to West Virginia. Is it Capito or Capito? I always forget that. Capito. So we're going to call Capito first, then we'll get to Joe Manchin. So Senator Capito, come on. I'm somewhat familiar with her. She has been there since 2015. Neutrality of this article is disputed. Interesting. Okay. First Republican woman elected to Congress from West Virginia. Here we go again. First woman elected to the U.S. Senate from West Virginia. As far as her views, she's voted with the Republican Party 96% of the time, but still considered relatively moderate and has crossed the aisle on some votes. Okay. So maybe she would be a good... maybe I should ask both of the West Virginia senators about the filibuster, about the... ditching the silent filibuster, but keeping the talking filibuster. Anybody from West Virginia in the chat? Still working on this Cliff Bar. All right. Wait, Capito, right? Capito. I forgot. Capito. Calling Senator Capito, representing West Virginia. That's a good one. Okay.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Shelley Moore Capito. Unfortunately, nobody is available at this time to take your call. Please leave a message.
Hello, Senator Capito. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling because on behalf of some of your constituents in West Virginia who are concerned about our dependence on coal and its effects on the environment. They're wanting to transition away from coal. So we were wanting to express that to you and look for more investment in renewable energy. So if you could please let me know your thoughts on that. Again, my name is Matt Beat, and my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. All right, another voicemail for Capito here. Glad I could at least get that in there for you. Now we're up to Joe Manchin, and for those of you who are not aware, I don't get salty on Twitter too often, but I got a little salty a few weeks ago, or this was 2 weeks ago, I guess. What did I say? I said, "Oh, there's George W. Bush eating a kitten." I think it was photoshopped, but I tweeted at. Basically calling out Senator Manchin, and who I'm actually generally a fan of. I like Joe Manchin a lot, but he went up there. He went to the Senate floor. This was 2 weeks ago, yeah, and he said that the United States has never in 233 years been able to end debate on legislation with a simple majority vote, and that's a lie. So either he's ignorant of history, or he knew about it and he just lied about it. So maybe he didn't know his history. So I actually go over this in my filibuster video that I released around the same time that he gave the speech. So this is something I'm going to call him out on and ask him about. So yeah, we'll see if he answers. He probably gets a lot of calls these days, being a swing vote in the Senate.
Hello, this is Joe Manchin of West Virginia. Thank you for taking time to call my office.
Sure.
We apologize that we aren't able to answer at this time. However, your call is important, so please leave a detailed message with your name, address, and phone number, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you for calling, and have a great day.
Hello, Senator Manchin. This is Matt Beat calling to call you out a little bit that you lied about the filibuster history. You said that in 233 years, the United States Senate has never been able to end debate on legislation with a simple majority vote. This is not true. This happened commonly, well, at least a few times in the early years of the Republic, and you should know that. But you even put it on a sign, so I was a little disturbed by that. But I was hoping that you would be willing to end the silent filibuster, because the silent filibuster prevents the Senate from passing any meaningful legislation. I'm okay with the talking filibuster, but I want to get rid of the silent filibuster. So I want to hear your thoughts on that. If you could please respond. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. I look forward to your response, and I know I called you out, but I still respect you as a senator, and thank you for your service. All right, so thank you, Charles de Gaulle. I never actually went over Joe Manchin. I just assumed you all know who he was, but yeah, he is he's been in the Senate since 2010. He's been a Democrat in a red state, a very red state, for a long time. And I think that's part of the reason why he's worried about supporting Democratic legislation in the last year, within the last year. But at the same time, he's been called out for maybe being too receptive to business interests versus the interests of most of the American people. So, but yeah, he's considered a swing vote because he's right there on the fence. He's a moderate guy. He's a Democrat, but a lot of times he single-handedly holds up a bill getting passed in the Senate with the slim majority that the Democrats have. So anyway, yeah, that's Joe Manchin. Left a message. Here we go again, leaving a bunch of voice messages. I want to end it this way. We've been going today for 4.5 hours. We went 6.5 hours last time. So we've been going 11 hours, calling every single U.S. senator in the country. Net neutrality? Okay. Wisconsin. Okay. We're almost done. We got Wisconsin next, which I'll bring up net neutrality to Senator Baldwin. We've got Wyoming after that, and then we're done. So we got 4 more senators to call. Not bad. We're going to be done in less than 12 hours calling every single senator. So little look at Senator Baldwin. She has been in the Senate since 2017. No, 2013. I'm sorry. She was in the House of Representatives for many years before that, and in state politics before that, going back to the 1980s. She's from Madison. She's stands out as somebody who is pretty progressive, especially for, Wisconsin used to be the progressive state, so she would fit in pretty well back in those days. But Wisconsin's changed; it's become more conservative over the years. She's openly LGBT, first one elected to the House, actually, that was openly LGBT. She also supports Medicare for all, looks like, was against the Iraq War. So I would say she's pretty far to the left. Fighting Bob La Follette would be proud of her, probably, I would say. Impeachment of Dick Cheney. She was in on that, huh? Man, they have a very thorough section on Wikipedia of her views, but I guess she's been around a while, so it's well established. Net neutrality. What else was there for Wisconsin? Was there anything else I'm missing? I know there was stuff the other day. I had a lot of people from Wisconsin the other day that were commenting. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring up net neutrality for her. All right. Senator Baldwin from Wisconsin, 5653.
Office of Senator Tam Baldwin, how may I help you?
Hello. I was wondering if Senator Baldwin was currently working on anything to, with anything to deal with net neutrality as far as bills or policies, because I didn't know about anything.
I haven't spoken to her recently about any recent action on net neutrality. However, she's been in support of, upholding net neutrality and not repealing that for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Protecting innovators and consumers, et cetera, keeping the internet open and accessible.
Yeah. Okay. I know that the net neutrality rules were repealed during the Trump administration, so I was wondering if there was anything done to reverse that, because I haven't. Maybe I'm out of it, but maybe it seems like the enforcement hasn't been there since over the last 4 or 5 years. So I guess so maybe if that's something you could just let her know about, that me and some of her constituents are a little bit worried about the future of net neutrality.
Yeah, I'd certainly be happy to forward that along to the senator as well as the legislative staff for you, sir.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
That's it. Just thanks for doing your job.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for taking time to call in, sir. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Okay, you too. Bye.
Thanks. All right, bye now.
Well, it was pleasant. Seems like he actually enjoys his job. So yeah, net neutrality, like, it's one of those things where it's kind of sneaky how, the enforcement of it really matters. We think that we have an open and free internet, but there's a lot of powerful forces that are pulling the strings. So I'm glad somebody brought that up, because it was kind of all up in the news, all over the news 5 or 6, 7 years ago, but then it kind of went away. So we spoke briefly with a nice staffer. who passed along our support of stronger enforcement of net neutrality. Okay, if you don't know anything about net neutrality, there's a lot of good YouTube videos out there about it. Now we got Ron Johnson, who's on the kind of the opposite end of the spectrum. I mentioned Ohio and Pennsylvania, where you've got you've got a Democrat senator and a Republican senator, and but I would say in Pennsylvania and Ohio, the senators are more in common than different. Whereas in Wisconsin, Ron Johnson's pretty far to the right, Tammy Baldwin's pretty far to the left. So talk about odd couple, like the oddest couples. When you look at the two senators in Wisconsin. Oh, thank you, Nasty Donut. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Here's a health to the company. Okay. Anyone from Wisconsin, last chance. Now, the thing about Ron Johnson, he's been controversial. He's been pushing some misinformation about COVID that's gotten some people into some stuff. Like he was during the Trump administration, he would say whatever he could to get Trump's base, whether he believed it or not. But he's been in the Senate since 2011. He's also part of the Tea Party wave that swept around that time, 2010, 2012. Fairly influential, though. I think a lot of Americans are familiar with Ron Johnson. Probably more people know about Ron Johnson than they do Tammy Baldwin, actually. But yeah, let's see. What should I ask him? See again. I don't want to do net neutrality because I already did that for Senator Baldwin. I think I'll go back to the Freedom to Vote Act. He seems like a smart guy. I'm kind of curious to see what him or his staff would say.
Hi, this is Senator Ron Johnson. Thank you for calling my Senate office. We value your input. If you are expressing an opinion on an issue or vote, your viewpoint will be recorded for my review. If you are calling for personal assistance, please leave an email address in addition to your name and phone number so my staff can better assist you. Also, visit my website at ronjohnson.senate.gov or visit Senator Ron Johnson on social media to stay up to date on the latest information. Have a great day.
Hello, Senator Johnson. This is Matt Beat, and I'm calling in support of the Freedom to Vote Act, which I don't think you're a fan of, but I do think there are parts of it that you're a fan of that I think you should revisit. For example, like the part of the Freedom to Vote Act that says that Election Day should be a federal holiday. And I think we all agree that voting should be easy. It should be safe and legal, secure, but easy. And I think the Freedom to Vote Act did that. So if you could revisit that and work together across the aisle with Democrats, I think that me and your constituents in Wisconsin would really appreciate that. So if you could please share your thoughts about that, the Freedom to Vote Act, I'd appreciate that. If you want to give me feedback, my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service. We're down to one more state. I'm hoping these last two are not voice messages, too. I want to talk to people. Everybody should be in the office. It's 2:33 Eastern time. We've got Wyoming left, and I doubt there's that many people from Wyoming in the chat. All right. Well, let's double check to make sure I got everything down for... Yeah, I don't think there was anything specific for Wyoming in the chat. What about my pinned comment?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we're just going to stick with the Freedom to Vote Act, just like we started. All right. First of all, we've got John Barrasso. I think is how you pronounce his name. John Barrasso. Oop. Lost my spot here. Sorry. All the way down, Wyoming. Oh, yeah. I know this guy. I don't know him, but I'm familiar with him. So he's been in the Senate since 2007. Looks like he's was a doctor before he got into politics, but he's been involved with politics going back to the state level all the way back to 2003. His opinion or like political biases looks like he's pretty reliably right-wing. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring up the Freedom to Vote Act with him. We have 2 more chances for the actual senator to pick up. If they did, they might just be my hero.
Good afternoon, Senator Barrasso's office. How can I help you?
Yeah, I just wanted to express support for the Freedom to Vote Act and see if the senator would be willing to reconsider parts of it for perhaps a new bill.
Of course, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to pass that along for you. Can I grab your name and some contact information?
Yes, my name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T, like beat a drum. And my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
Gmail. All right, I will pass those concerns and that message on to the senator for you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a good one, Matt.
All right, you too. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Very similar to conversations I had earlier. Nice staffer took down my support for the Freedom to Vote Act and got my contact information. So same thing I could have said for Mitt Romney. At least somebody answered. All right. And then last but not least, we have gotta show the screen here. Sorry. I am getting tired. I'm glad this is almost over. This is intense. Okay, so I don't know anything about her. She used to be a lawyer. Go figure. I was in Wyoming state politics before she got into federal politics. Was in the House of Representatives for a few years. Looks like Cynthia Lummis has only been in the Senate for a year. Let's see how we pronounce her name before we give her a call. There it is.
Cynthia Lummis.
Lummis. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know anything about her. Senator Lummis, born in Cheyenne. You're the last one. She rejects the overwhelming scientific consensus on climate change. Here we go again. She was for the Equal Rights Amendment in 1979. That's interesting. All right, but other than that, it seems like she's fairly straightforwardly conservative. We will once again bring up the Freedom to Vote Act for Senator Lummis. And this will be it. The last chance for a senator to actually answer the phone. Last chance. Will Wyoming be the last? Will Wyoming be it? The only state where a senator actually answers?
doubtful, but we can get this on the record that we tried.
Good afternoon, Senator Lummis's office.
Hi. I was just wanting to let Senator Lummis know my support of the Freedom to Vote Act.
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly let her know that you support that. Can I get some contact information for you?
Yeah. My name is Matt Beat. B-E-A-T is how you spell my last name. And you know my email?
Yeah.
Okay. It's iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com.
Okay. Yeah, I will certainly pass that along to the senator.
All right. Thank you. Just that I support it. And even if there's parts of it she would probably like, even if there's parts that she doesn't like. So at least look at the parts that she likes and maybe make a new bill out of it.
All right. I'll certainly pass that along.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You have a great day.
You too. Bye. All right. So that was it. At least we got a similar situation as with Senator Barrasso. Let's copy and paste that. So overall today, we did talk to more people, more staffers. I told you at the very beginning of all this that I did not expect to talk to an actual senator, and most people can't expect that. It's one of those things where it would be a fluke if it happened, but I was hoping that maybe, possibly, word might get around that this social studies teacher from Kansas was doing this, calling every single senator in the country, and maybe they'd want some good publicity and actually, hang out in the office with the staff and maybe chime in on a call once they realized Mr. Beat had called. It didn't happen, At the very least, though, let's share this video and the other one, the parts 1 and 2. Share the live stream with the senators, and I'm going to turn this into another video because I'm going to wait a few weeks and see if I get results, or like feedback, I should say. Results. That's asking too much for senators, I guess. But I'm going to see if I get more responses in terms of emails and mail, because I give my address out for a lot of these senators as well. And I didn't give them my phone number, so I'm not getting any phone calls back. But I'm going to gather all the responses I get via email and mail, and turn this into a third video where we kind of reflect on how this turned out. My final thoughts are, it's hard for me not to be cynical. I was much more optimistic back when we were calling the Alabama senators. I just feel like it'd be nice if I didn't feel like these staff members, who all seem like nice people for the most part, I didn't think that they were really going to pass along my information to the senators. The whole point of a representative democracy is that we have our voice heard. That's what democracy means. Like, it's not just like a government exists and we'd have to just put up with it. It means like they actually have to listen to us and they have to check in on us. And the senators from Washington, shout out to them, because they have these regular meetups where they have coffee at a coffee shop with their constituents. A lot of times, though, that's like a publicity thing. That's a publicity stunt of sorts. So I want more, actual access. Most Americans would like to be heard more. And we've seen throughout American history, not just the last 20, 30 years, but throughout American history, senators, representatives, but especially senators tend to listen more to people that pay them money, that help them get reelected, that promise them investments or opportunities after they get out of office. We see it time and time again. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, we all agree that this is bad, that it shouldn't be the case where we have ordinary Americans are not heard, but the few wealthy, powerful elite are heard because they can buy access to these politicians. And I think a lot of people, the reason why they're turning to populism in recent years, and it was seen with the Trump campaigns. He was a kind of a disappointment with populism. Like, he was supposed to be a populist, but the swamp was never drained. And then with Bernie Sanders, and then with certain candidates in the primaries for the nomination process for the political parties, you saw some elements of populism, which populism can be a bad thing, but it's also a good thing. It means that they're not out of touch. These politicians aren't out of touch. They know what we care about. I'm finding growing unrest in this country, and I think it's mostly because we feel like we're shouting into the wind, and we're not being heard, we're not being represented. So I'm hoping that at the very least, me doing this live stream inspired you all to contact your representatives, your senators especially, who don't work very much. Representatives in the House, they seem to get a little bit more done. No disrespect to the Senate, but I feel like it's been an empty place lately. You're not seeing as much bipartisanship as you used to. You're not seeing as many coalitions as you used to. You're seeing basically politicians retreating into their echo chambers, and that's it. Oh, definitely. I love Virginia, by the way. That's my second favorite state in terms of if I would want to live there, I would want to live in Virginia. But thank you. I'm glad I got to your question. Will I do a House version of this? I would have to break it up into several parts, obviously. And maybe what I could do is I could just have people help me, or I could just call one representative per state. But I feel like that would be a disservice. I don't know. I want to get every single district. So, all right. Well, I'm getting tired. Like I said, I've been doing this 11 and a half hours now at this point. But yeah, contact your representatives. Calling them does actually leave an impression. And if you actually want to talk to a senator, you're going to have to make an appointment, it looks like. But here's the thing. Everybody that I talked to that was a staff member, they have one-on-one contact with the senator. So if you get an idea in their head, sooner or later, they're going to pass it along to the senator. At least that's what I think. Whoops, somebody had something I wanted to see. Oh, interesting. Shout out to Eli, by the way. Okay, well, I especially want to thank you all for sticking around, and shout out to all the government teachers that I found out, social studies teachers that were playing this in class. That's amazing. Again, there will be a follow-up to these live streams, so stay tuned for that. And thank you all for being here. Have a wonderful day, as all those staffers said.